Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I've always found peace in isolation. Not the kind that breeds loneliness, but the liberating sort that frees you from the constant pressure of social performance. Roger understood this about me from our first date 3 years ago. A quiet picnic in an empty corner of Marshall Park, rather than the bustling restaurant he'd initially suggested. This shared appreciation for solitude formed the bedrock of our relationship. By April 2023, we had established a tradition of monthly escapes. As two self-proclaimed introverts with demanding office jobs in Seattle, these getaways weren't luxury. They were necessity. Our apartment walls seemed to close in after weeks of conference calls and artificial office lighting. We craved open spaces where we could breathe without constraint. "I need trees," Roger would say whenever work stress built to unbearable levels. "I need silence," and I would pack our gear without question. What distinguished our trips from typical vacations was our deliberate avoidance of crowds. While most hikers and campers gravitated toward established trails and designated campgrounds, we sought the overlooked corners of wilderness areas. We didn't break rules or trespass, but we studied maps meticulously to find legal yet secluded spots where encounters with other humans would be minimal. Our friends often questioned this preference. "Isn't it safer to camp where there are other people?" they'd ask. "What about wild animals, cell reception?" These concerns always amused us. The statistical likelihood of animal attacks was minimal compared to the guaranteed irritation of noisy neighboring campers. As for safety and numbers, Roger and I trusted each other more than strangers. We carried satellite communication devices for emergencies, but relished being temporarily unreachable. "The worst things I've encountered in forests have always been human," I would respond, not realizing the prophetic nature of those words. In retrospect, perhaps our confidence bordered on arrogance. We had completed dozens of remote hikes without incident, building an exaggerated sense of security. This confidence led us to that steep trail in the Olympic National Forest, the one Roger's coworker mentioned casually during lunch break. "It's brutal but worth it," he told Roger, "and hardly anyone knows about it. You might not see another soul all day." Those words were exactly what we wanted to hear. We arrived at the trailhead shortly after dawn on a crisp Friday morning in late April. The parking area was little more than a widened shoulder beside a logging road, unmarked except for a weathered wooden sign partially hidden by overgrowth. Perfect. I climbed out of our Subaru and stretched, breathing deeply. The air carried the sharp scent of pine and wet earth, a welcome change from city pollution. Birdsong replaced the constant urban hum, and morning mist hung between trees like gossamer curtains. "This place is exactly what we needed," I said, already feeling the knots in my shoulders loosening. Roger nodded while unloading our packs. "According to the topographic map, there's a flat area about 3 miles up that would make a good campsite. It's near a stream tributary, so we'll have water access." Our plan was straightforward. Establish camp at this midpoint, continue hiking to the summit that afternoon, then enjoy a full day of exploration tomorrow before descending on Sunday. The forecast promised clear weather, though spring in the Olympics was notoriously unpredictable. We secured our packs, mine considerably lighter than Roger's despite my protests, and began the ascent. The trail immediately lived up to its reputation for steepness. Within 20 minutes, my calves burned and my breathing grew labored. "Your coworker wasn't exaggerating about this grade," I called to Roger, who hiked several yards ahead. He glanced back with a grin. "Good training for that Mount Baker trip we've been talking about." The trail alternated between dense forest sections and occasional clearings that offered glimpses of the valley below. With each hour, the ecosystem subtly changed. Ferns gave way to hardier undergrowth. The mixed forest thinned into predominantly coniferous trees that stood like columns supporting the sky. By noon, we had covered approximately 2 miles and gained considerable elevation. We paused for lunch on a rocky outcrop, sharing a thermos of coffee and sandwiches wrapped in wax paper. "The trail seems less maintained from here," Roger observed, studying the path ahead. "More overgrown. That's probably why fewer people venture this far." I nodded, enjoying the solitude. I haven't seen a single footprint besides ours all morning. After lunch, we continued upward. The trail narrowed and occasionally disappeared altogether, forcing us to navigate by landmarks and compass bearings. This was precisely the adventure we craved, challenging yet achievable with our experience level. Around 2 o'clock, we reached the flat area Roger had identified. A small clearing surrounded by western hemlocks offered protection from wind, with a bubbling stream just 50 yards away, ideal for our needs. We established our campsite efficiently, having perfected our system over numerous trips. The large four-season tent went up quickly, followed by our portable cooking station. We secured our food in bear-resistant containers hung from a tree branch at a safe distance. "Should we rest before continuing to the summit?" Roger asked, noting my flushed face and heavy breathing. "Absolutely not," I replied with determination. "We've come this far. Let's reach the top before sunset." Leaving most of our gear secured at camp, we continued upward with lighter packs containing only water, snacks, first aid supplies, and extra layers. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. This higher section of trail grew increasingly technical, requiring careful footing on loose rocks and exposed roots. It was during this final ascent that our solitude was unexpectedly broken. I first noticed their voices before seeing them, a man and woman engaged in animated conversation around a switchback ahead. The sounds carried clearly in the otherwise silent forest, startling me after hours without human contact. Roger turned to meet my gaze, his expression mirroring my disappointment. Our private wilderness experience was suddenly compromised. When we rounded the corner, we encountered them, a couple appearing to be in their early 30s, equipped with high-end hiking gear that looked suspiciously pristine. The woman had copper-colored hair pulled into a neat ponytail, while the man stood tall with broad shoulders and a meticulously trimmed beard. Both smiled with perfect teeth when they spotted us. "Hello there," the woman called with apparent delight. "We thought we were the only ones crazy enough to tackle this trail today." Roger nodded politely, but maintained distance. "Same here. Didn't expect to run into anyone." I remained slightly behind Roger, my social anxiety immediately flaring. Extended conversations with strangers always felt like navigating a minefield, exhausting and fraught with potential missteps. "I'm Victor," the man said, extending his hand first to Roger, then to me. His grip lingered uncomfortably on mine. "And this is Jennifer. We're from Portland, just up for the weekend." "Roger," my boyfriend responded with a nod. "And this is Kira," I interjected, using my middle name rather than my first, a habit when meeting strangers in isolated settings. Jennifer stepped forward. "Such a pleasure. We've hiked all through Oregon but decided to explore Washington this season. This trail is quite the challenge, isn't it?" Their friendliness seemed excessive but not immediately alarming. Perhaps they were simply extroverts starved for interaction after hours on a deserted trail. Still, something about their interest felt performative rather than genuine. "Have you reached the summit yet?" Roger asked, maintaining the conversation while I observed. Victor shook his head. "No, we're on our way up now. According to our GPS, it's about another mile. The views are supposed to be spectacular." "We're heading there too," I said, speaking up despite my discomfort, "though we've established camp at the flat area below." "Smart move," Jennifer remarked. "We were planning to complete the entire hike today, but it's taking longer than expected. We might end up camping at the summit." Victor's eyes brightened. "Hey, why don't we continue together? Safety in numbers, right? These remote trails can be unpredictable." I wanted to decline immediately, but social conditioning made me hesitate. Roger glanced at me, silently communicating that this was my decision to make. He knew how much I valued our isolation. "Sure," I finally agreed, figuring we could always create distance later if needed. "We can hike together for a while." The four of us resumed the ascent, with Victor and Jennifer immediately dominating conversation. They asked questions about our lives, where we worked, how long we'd been together, our hiking experience, while offering similar information about themselves. Victor claimed to work in investment banking, while Jennifer described herself as a freelance photographer specializing in nature shots. Their stories sounded rehearsed, lacking the natural inconsistencies of truthful narratives. They never disagreed or interrupted each other, and their anecdotes wrapped up too neatly. I noticed Roger's increasing tension in the set of his shoulders as he provided vague answers to their probing questions. About 30 minutes into our joint hike, I began lagging behind, genuinely fatigued from the steep climb. Roger stayed with Jennifer ahead while Victor fell back to join me. "Tough trail, huh?" he commented, his voice dropping to a more intimate register. "You're handling it well, though. I can tell you're experienced." "Thanks," I replied curtly, focusing on my footing rather than conversation. Victor moved closer, his shoulder occasionally brushing mine despite the trail being wide enough for separation. "You have excellent muscle definition in your arms. What's your workout regimen?" Jennifer's been trying to tone up her gluteal muscles but struggles with consistency. His comment about my physique sent warning signals flaring. When his hand reached out to touch my forearm, ostensibly to examine my definition, I instinctively pulled away. "I do basic strength training," I responded coldly, increasing my pace to create distance. "Nothing special." Victor seemed undeterred by my obvious discomfort. "Well, it's certainly effective. Your boyfriend must appreciate your fitness." I quickened my steps further, catching up to Roger and Jennifer. To my dismay, Roger's expression had darkened considerably. When I reached his side, he immediately created an excuse to pause. "Let's take a water break," he suggested, pulling me slightly aside while Victor rejoined Jennifer. Under the pretense of sharing a water bottle, Roger whispered, "We need to turn back. She just made extremely inappropriate comments about my body and suggested exploring more than just the trail together." My stomach tightened. Victor did the same, touching my arm and commenting on my physique. Roger's jaw clenched as he surveyed our surroundings. We had climbed high enough that dense forest had given way to more exposed terrain with scattered trees and rock formations. The summit was visible ahead, perhaps half a mile further. "Let's tell them we're turning back," Roger decided. "Make an excuse about checking our campsite before dark." I nodded in agreement, relieved to have an exit strategy. We approached Victor and Jennifer with forced smiles. Roger explained that we wanted to return to camp before dark to secure our equipment, thanking them for the company but declining to continue to the summit. "That's a shame," Jennifer pouted, her expression momentarily hardening before softening again. "We were enjoying getting to know you." "Perhaps we'll see you on the descent tomorrow," Victor suggested, his tone conveying disappointment that seemed disproportionate to our brief acquaintance. We exchanged awkward goodbyes and began our descent, maintaining conversation volume until we rounded a bend that took us out of their sight. Only then did we exhale collectively. "That was deeply unsettling," I whispered, still uncertain whether my discomfort was justified or exaggerated by my social anxiety. Roger reached for my hand. "Trust your instincts. Their behavior crossed several boundaries." We descended quickly, hyper-aware of sounds behind us, though no footsteps followed. The beautiful forest that had seemed welcoming hours earlier now felt ominous, with shadows stretching longer as afternoon progressed toward evening. "Do you think they might follow us?" I asked, voicing my growing concern. Roger considered this. "It's possible, but unlikely. They expressed interest in reaching the summit, and daylight is limited. They'd need to descend in darkness if they delayed much longer." His logical assessment calmed me somewhat, though unease lingered like a persistent shadow. We reached our campsite as golden hour began, the angled sunlight transforming the forest into a fiery tableau that would typically inspire awe. Today, it only emphasized our isolation. Roger immediately checked the perimeter of our campsite while I verified our supplies. Everything appeared undisturbed. Our tent stood exactly as we'd left it, and our hanging food cache remained secure. We prepared dinner on our portable stove, the familiar routine providing comfort after the unsettling encounter. As we ate freeze-dried pasta beneath the darkening sky, our conversation inevitably returned to Victor and Jennifer. Something felt rehearsed about them, I observed, like actors playing roles rather than genuine hikers. Roger nodded. Their gear was too new, not a scuff or dirt smudge anywhere. "And did you notice they carried minimal water for supposedly planning a full-day hike?" I hadn't registered this detail, but Roger's observation heightened my unease. Every experienced hiker knows water is the non-negotiable essential, especially on strenuous trails. After washing our cookware in the nearby stream, I reached for my bracelet, a silver band my grandmother had given me years ago that I always touched for reassurance. My wrist was bare. "My bracelet is gone," I announced, panic rising, "and my ring, too." The simple silver ring had been a gift from Roger on our first anniversary. I searched frantically through my pack, emptying contents onto our ground sheet while Roger assisted. Neither item appeared. I never removed them, I insisted, growing increasingly distressed. They couldn't have fallen off accidentally. Roger's expression darkened with realization. Victor touched your arm and hand on the trail when he was commenting on your definition. Could he have removed them without you noticing? The suggestion initially seemed implausible. How could someone remove jewelry without detection? But recalling the deliberately distracting conversation and physical contact, I recognized the possibility. That would explain why he was so insistent on touching me, I concluded, anger replacing confusion. It was misdirection, making me uncomfortable to distract from what his hands were actually doing. Roger rubbed his face, frustration evident. I'll hike back up tomorrow morning to look for them. They might have dropped them if they only wanted to create distress rather than steal valuables. This plan seemed reasonable, though spending another night knowing the strange couple might be nearby left me deeply unsettled. We secured everything carefully and retreated to our tent earlier than usual, exhaustion from the day's physical exertion and emotional stress claiming us quickly. I've never considered myself particularly fearful during camping trips. The typical concerns, wildlife encounters, extreme weather, navigation errors, seemed manageable with proper preparation. That night, however, introduced me to a more profound dread, the awareness of malevolent human presence in what should be unthreatening wilderness. We prepared for sleep with extra precautions, positioning our hiking poles and cooking utensils within easy reach. Roger placed his heavy tactical flashlight beside his sleeping bag, a potential improvised weapon if needed. These measures felt simultaneously prudent and absurd. Were we overreacting to a merely uncomfortable social encounter? Do you think we should leave tonight? I whispered as we settled into our sleeping bags, the forest now completely dark around our small illuminated tent. Roger considered this seriously. Hiking down in darkness would be dangerous, even with headlamps. The trail has too many hazardous sections. We're safer waiting until morning. His assessment was correct, but provided little comfort. I drifted into uneasy sleep sometime after midnight, dreams fractured with images of pursuing figures and landscapes that shifted unpredictably beneath my feet. The sound that woke me was subtle, a single snapping branch that might have gone unnoticed if my sleep hadn't been so shallow. I lay motionless, straining to hear past the pounding of my heart. Then came another sound, hushed whispers just beyond our tent wall. I reached for Roger, my fingers finding his arm. He was already awake, his body tense beside mine. When our eyes met in the darkness, he pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed toward the tent entrance. Moving with deliberate slowness, Roger unzipped the tent just enough to peer outside. The sudden movement of his body as he pushed the opening wider and called out startled me. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" His voice carried authority despite our vulnerable position. I couldn't see the response from my position, but I heard Jennifer's voice, artificially bright, even at this late hour. "Oh, thank goodness you're awake. We saw a bear near the summit trail and followed your campfire smoke to warn whoever might be camping here. These woods aren't safe tonight." Their explanation might have seemed plausible if we'd actually had a campfire, which we hadn't. The strict fire regulations in this drought-prone area and our commitment to low-impact camping meant we never lit open flames. Roger maintained conversational tone while subtly reaching for his flashlight. "Appreciate the warning. We're all set here, though. Did you manage to make camp up at the summit?" "No, conditions weren't suitable," Victor's voice replied. "We're making our way down now. Better to hike in darkness than risk wildlife encounters." Roger nodded. "Safe travels, then." He ducked back inside, zipping the tent closed. Rather than speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on the tent window, his body completely still. His finger remained pressed against his lips in the universal signal for silence. For 5 excruciating minutes, we remained motionless, listening intently. Only when Roger finally relaxed slightly did he lean toward me, his mouth directly beside my ear as he whispered, "Pack everything essential as quietly as possible. We're leaving immediately." "What did you see?" I mouthed silently. Victor had a hunting knife in his hand and another holstered at his belt. They weren't carrying overnight packs or bear spray. There's no bear. They came specifically for us. Terror washed through me like ice water. My hands trembled as I stuffed essentials into my backpack. Water, energy bars, first aid kit, extra layers. Roger disassembled our sleeping arrangements with remarkable efficiency, compressing items into stuff sacks without regard for proper packing. "Leave anything non-essential," he murmured. "Speed matters more than completeness." Within 10 minutes, we had gathered critical supplies and clothing. Roger peered out periodically, using different vantage points to survey our surroundings. During one check, he signaled that the coast appeared clear, and we emerged from the tent. Rather than properly dismantling it, Roger simply collapsed the structure and stuffed the fabric and poles haphazardly into its carrier. The process created more noise than ideal, but speed outweighed stealth at this point. We moved toward our vehicle with deliberate steps, attempting to minimize sound while maintaining haste. Every snapping twig beneath our boots sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. The forest that had seemed peaceful during daylight had transformed into a labyrinth of potential hiding places and ambush points. Halfway to the trailhead, Roger froze, gripping my arm to halt my progress. Ahead in the darkness, a beam of light swept across the trail, a flashlight moving in an erratic pattern that suggested searching rather than straightforward hiking. "Off trail," Roger mouthed, pulling me into the undergrowth. We crouched behind a fallen log, breathing shallowly as the light approached. Through gaps in the vegetation, I glimpsed Victor's silhouette, his posture tense and predatory. He passed our position without detecting us, continuing down the trail toward our former campsite. "Circle around," Roger whispered once Victor was safely past. "They've split up to search." This realization accelerated my heart rate further. Jennifer must be somewhere nearby, potentially between us and the trailhead. We abandoned the trail entirely, navigating by compass bearing through dense forest. Progress slowed considerably as we negotiated fallen trees, dense undergrowth, and uncertain footing, but remaining undetected outweighed all other considerations. After what seemed like hours but was likely only 40 minutes, we glimpsed the clearing where we'd parked. No flashlights or movement were visible. Roger insisted on observing for 5 full minutes before approaching the vehicle, scanning methodically for any sign of tampering or ambush. When we finally reached the Subaru, Roger checked underneath with his flashlight before unlocking it. We threw our hastily packed gear into the back and entered quickly. Only when the engine started and headlights illuminated the empty forest road did I release the breath I'd been holding. "We made it," I whispered, too mentally exhausted to fully process our escape. Roger's knuckles remained white on the steering wheel. "They'll hear the engine. We need to put distance between us quickly." He navigated the winding forest road with greater speed than safety warranted, but each mile increased our security. Only after we reached the main highway did Roger's posture relax marginally. "What were they planning?" I finally asked, the question that had burned in my mind since discovering Victor's concealed weapons. Roger shook his head. "Nothing good. Best case, robbery. Worst case." He didn't complete the sentence. We drove through the night, stopping only for fuel at a brightly lit gas station where surveillance cameras provided reassurance. By dawn, we had reached our apartment building in Seattle, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort given our shattered sense of security. After collapsing into exhausted sleep for several hours, we awakened to process the events more rationally. My missing jewelry seemed insignificant compared to our potential fate had we remained at the campsite. "We should report this to authorities," Roger suggested over coffee that felt inadequate to combat our exhaustion. I agreed, though skepticism about actionable outcomes tempered my expectations. What could we report beyond an uncomfortable encounter and suspicions? We had no evidence of criminal intent beyond Roger's observation of Victor's knives, something many hikers carried legitimately. Nevertheless, we filed a report with both local police and forest rangers, providing descriptions and approximate location details. The officer who took our statement seemed sympathetic but realistic about limited jurisdiction in remote wilderness areas. "We'll pass this along to rangers in neighboring counties," he promised. "If these individuals match descriptions from other incidents, that could establish a pattern." This response provided minimal reassurance but fulfilled our civic responsibility. With the report filed, I channeled restless energy into research, starting with the names Victor and Jennifer had provided. Social media searches yielded several matching profiles from the Portland area, though none featured photos resembling our trail encounters. I expanded the search parameters to include news articles, which delivered the most disturbing revelation yet. Roger, I called from my laptop, voice strained. "Look at this." He read over my shoulder as I displayed a 3-year-old news article about a hiking accident in the Cascade Mountains. The deceased couple, Victor and Jennifer Westlake, had fallen from a cliff face during adverse weather conditions. The article included their photograph, a smiling couple in their 30s who bore no resemblance to the individuals we'd encountered. "They used dead people's names," Roger whispered, the implication chilling us both. Why would anyone do that unless they had something to hide? The question multiplied our unease exponentially. This detail transformed our experience from potentially unfortunate misunderstanding to confirmed predatory behavior. People with legitimate intentions don't assume identities of the deceased. I expanded my research to similar incidents in Pacific Northwest wilderness areas, discovering several reports of hikers experiencing theft or harassment in locations matching our criteria: remote trails, minimal traffic, substantial distance from assistance. There's a pattern, I concluded after hours of research. Isolated hikers targeted by seemingly friendly couples who establish contact, separate their marks, then create opportunities for theft or worse. Roger had contacted his coworker who recommended the trail, learning that he'd never actually hiked it himself, but had heard about it from another acquaintance. Information distorted through multiple retellings. This explained the trail's poor maintenance. It wasn't popular among legitimate hikers. "I think they may use these obscure trails as hunting grounds," Roger suggested grimly. "Places where they're unlikely to encounter multiple groups who might later compare notes or provide corroborating witness statements." The theory aligned disturbingly well with our experience. We'd been selected precisely because of our isolation, our preference for solitude transforming from source of joy to vulnerability. The weeks following our narrow escape brought sleepless nights and jumpiness that affected daily functioning. Ordinary sounds, a neighbor's door closing, branches scraping windows during windy nights, triggered disproportionate startle responses. My previously manageable social anxiety expanded beyond reasonable boundaries, making workplace interactions increasingly difficult. Roger suggested therapy, recognizing signs of post-traumatic stress that exceeded normal processing of frightening events. Initially resistant, I eventually agreed after a panic attack in a crowded elevator left me gasping for breath and fighting tears. Dr. Hadley specialized in trauma response and outdoor misadventures, an unexpectedly specific combination that provided immediate credibility. During our initial session, she listened without judgment as I recounted our experience. "What you're describing is a normal neurological response to genuine threat," she explained after I detailed my hypervigilance and sleep disturbances. "Your brain's alarm system functioned exactly as designed during your encounter, and now it's remaining inappropriately activated." This framing, that my reactions weren't weakness but appropriate biological responses, provided unexpected relief. She outlined treatment approaches combining cognitive behavioral techniques with gradual exposure therapy, emphasizing that recovery wouldn't require abandoning outdoor activities permanently. "The goal isn't to never hike again," Dr. Hadley clarified. "It's to reclaim your enjoyment of activities that previously brought fulfillment, with appropriate safety modifications." These safety modifications became our focus during subsequent weeks. Roger and I researched personal security measures for remote hiking, satellite communication devices, location sharing protocols, self-defense options compatible with leave no trace principles. We enrolled in wilderness first aid courses that addressed not only physical injuries, but psychological responses to threatening situations. Gradually, we ventured outdoors again, initially in heavily trafficked nature preserves where ranger stations and fellow hikers provided security through visibility. Each successful outing incrementally rebuilt confidence, though certain triggers remained problematic. The sound of branches breaking still elicited immediate physiological responses regardless of context. 2 months after the incident, forest rangers contacted us regarding our report. A couple matching our description of Victor and Jennifer had been arrested after attempting similar tactics with a group of hikers in Olympic National Park. Unlike us, their intended victims had been prepared with personal defense training and equipment. More significantly, this group maintained separation and documented the encounter with discreet photography. Several items recovered from their vehicle matched descriptions of stolen property reported by other hikers throughout Washington and Oregon, the ranger explained. "Your report helped establish the pattern that justified expanded investigation." This development provided validation but incomplete closure. Though arrested for theft and possession of stolen property, charges related to more serious intentions remained speculative without conclusive evidence. The couple refused to provide their actual identities, their fingerprints matching no records in law enforcement databases. "They're ghosts," Roger observed after we received this update. "People who've deliberately erased their past to operate outside accountability systems." This realization reinforced our new approach to wilderness experiences, balancing appreciation for solitude with recognition of inherent vulnerabilities. We continued hiking but modified our habits significantly, providing detailed itineraries to trusted contacts, establishing regular check-in protocols, researching trails through official sources rather than word-of-mouth recommendations. 1 year after our encounter, Roger proposed a significant challenge: returning to Olympic National Forest for a day hike in a different section than our previous experience. The suggestion triggered immediate anxiety, but also recognition of its importance for psychological recovery. "We don't have to decide immediately," he assured me, "but eventually reclaiming this specific forest feels important, not letting them take it from us permanently." Dr. Hadley supported this approach as an appropriate culmination to months of gradual exposure therapy, provided we established comprehensive safety protocols. We selected a moderate trail with regular ranger patrols and documented usage, scheduled during peak season rather than seeking isolation. "The goal isn't replicating our previous preference for solitude," Roger explained as we planned the trip. "It's creating new positive associations with these forests specifically." On a clear Saturday in May 2024, we returned to Olympic National Forest with significantly different mindsets than our previous visit. Rather than seeking escape from humanity, we welcomed the presence of other hiking groups we encountered, each representing potential assistance rather than intrusion. The forest remained objectively beautiful, towering conifers creating cathedral-like spaces, wildflowers emerging in sunny clearings, birdsong providing nature's soundtrack. Initially, I experienced these surroundings through the filter of hypervigilance, scanning constantly for threats rather than beauty. Gradually, however, intentional mindfulness practices allowed me to separate present reality from traumatic memory. The scent of pine needles warmed by sunshine began registering as pleasant rather than threatening. The sound of distant hikers' conversations became reassuring rather than anxiety-inducing. At the summit viewpoint, surrounded by several other hiking groups enjoying the panoramic vista, Roger reached for my hand. "You did it," he said simply. I nodded, acknowledging the significance beyond completing a physical trail. We both did. The wilderness that had temporarily become a source of terror had begun its transformation back to sanctuary. My stolen jewelry remained gone. Material losses never recovered despite the arrests. But something more valuable had been reclaimed: agency in relationship to natural spaces. That evening, sharing a meal with fellow hikers at a designated campground rather than isolated backcountry site, I reflected on our journey beyond physical terrain. The couple who targeted us had exploited our desire for isolation, transforming our strength into vulnerability. Our revised approach acknowledged human interconnectedness as potential protection rather than intrusion. "I still prefer quieter trails," I admitted to Roger as we watched sunset colors transform distant mountains. "But I've gained appreciation for the security of community." He nodded in understanding. Balance rather than extremes. The forest around us deepened toward darkness, but unlike our previous experience, nearby campfires and voices created a perimeter of human presence that felt protective rather than intrusive. We would continue seeking wilderness experiences, but with modified awareness that danger sometimes wears a friendly human face, rather than wild animal features. Some nights, I still wake to phantom sounds of breaking branches, momentarily disoriented between past trauma and present safety. These episodes have diminished in frequency and intensity, however, transitioning from debilitating terror to manageable startle responses. When asked if I would return to remote trails eventually, my answer remains open-ended. The wilderness offers irreplaceable restoration, but extraction from human support networks carries risks that must be acknowledged rather than dismissed. Our future adventures will balance solitude with safety, isolation with connection, adventure with awareness. The most terrifying revelation remains unresolved. How many others might have encountered similar predators without escaping to share their stories? This question underlies my commitment to sharing our experience despite the vulnerability of disclosure. The wilderness deserves respect not only for its natural hazards but for its potential to conceal human threats among its shadows. Roger and I ended our romantic relationship 6 months ago, though we maintain friendship and occasional hiking partnership. Our shared trauma created bonds that remain valuable despite relationship evolution. We both carry forward lessons from our encounter: vigilance tempered with openness, caution balanced with continued exploration. The forest still calls to me, its invitation complex rather than purely comforting. I answer selectively, with preparation rather than naivety, respecting both its majesty and its capacity to harbor darkness. True wilderness appreciation requires acknowledging all facets of its reality: beauty and danger inextricably interwoven like roots beneath a forest floor. August 2021 was supposed to be the perfect month for our expedition to Yosemite National Park. I had just turned 20, and as a graduation gift to myself, I convinced my Uncle Michael and his friend Gregory to take me on a hike to Half Dome. 2 of Greg's colleagues, Jasmine and Kimberly, joined our group, though their involvement in what happened was minimal at best. The drive from San Francisco to Yosemite took nearly 4 hours. I remember staring out the window as the landscape gradually transformed from urban sprawl to rolling hills, then to the majestic Sierra Nevada mountains. Michael drove while Greg navigated, occasionally sharing stories about previous hiking expeditions. The 2 had been friends since college, both experienced outdoorsmen who had conquered trails across California. "You're going to love it," Michael assured me, glancing in the rearview mirror. "Half Dome is challenging, but the view from the top is worth every step." I nodded, feigning confidence. The truth was, despite my enthusiasm, I felt anxious. This would be my most ambitious hike to date, a 16-mile round trip with over 4,800 feet of elevation gain. The cables section at the end, a notoriously steep climb up the rounded granite face of Half Dome, had featured in my nightmares for weeks leading up to our trip. We arrived at the park entrance in the late afternoon. The ranger who checked our permits was oddly somber. "Make sure you stay on the designated trails," she warned, her eyes lingering on me a moment too long. "We've had several hikers require rescue this season. The weather changes fast up there." As we pulled away, I noticed Greg watching the ranger's station shrink in the side mirror. "Strange woman," he muttered, "almost like she didn't want us to go." "It's just standard safety talk," Michael replied, but I caught the slight uncertainty in his voice. Our campsite was situated about 20 minutes from the Mist Trail trailhead, nestled among towering pines. We arrived with enough daylight to set up camp, 2 tents and my hammock strung between sturdy trees. I preferred sleeping in the open air. Something about the gentle sway and the immediate connection to nature always helped me sleep better. At least, that's what I believed before that night. After a simple dinner of freeze-dried meals heated over a portable stove, we reviewed our plan for the following day. The itinerary was aggressive. Wake at 4 a.m., begin hiking by 4:30, reach the summit by early afternoon, and return before sunset. "Remember," Michael emphasized, "we stay together. No wandering off, no shortcuts. The trail can be disorienting, especially in the dark." If only we had adhered to that advice more strictly. As night fell, the temperature dropped rapidly. The stars emerged in spectacular fashion, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a celestial highway. Under different circumstances, I would have stayed up to admire them. But knowing the early start ahead, I retreated to my hammock while the others settled into their tents. I drifted off to sleep with the gentle sounds of the forest around me. The distant hooting of an owl, the rustle of leaves in the light breeze, the occasional crackle from our dying campfire. Normal, peaceful sounds that would soon give way to something entirely different. I woke with a start, my heart racing without apparent cause. The forest was different, quieter, as though holding its breath. My watch showed 3:30 a.m. I wasn't due to wake for another 30 minutes, but I felt completely alert, my senses heightened to an almost uncomfortable degree. The moon hung low and full, casting an unnatural brightness over our campsite. Every shadow appeared sharper, deeper, more defined than it should have been. I lay motionless in my hammock, trying to identify what had jarred me from sleep. There had been no nightmare, no sudden noise that I could recall, just an overwhelming sensation that something wasn't right. I sat up slowly, scanning the perimeter of our camp. The tents containing the others stood motionless, their occupants presumably still asleep. Our gear remained untouched. Nothing appeared disturbed, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The forest floor, typically alive with the movement of nocturnal creatures, remained eerily still. Even the breeze had died down, leaving the trees in a rigid, unnatural pose, like actors frozen mid-performance. I strained my ears, listening for anything out of place. At first, nothing but silence. Then, almost imperceptible, the sound of movement in the underbrush, several yards beyond the reach of the moonlight. Not the familiar scurrying of a small animal, but something more deliberate, something heavier. Footsteps. I remained perfectly still, not daring to breathe. The footsteps continued, a slow, methodical circuit around our camp, just beyond the visual threshold of the moonlight. Occasionally they would pause, as though their owner was observing us, before resuming their patrol. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds receded, fading into the distance until I could no longer discern them from the ambient noises of the forest. I contemplated waking Michael and Greg, but hesitated. What would I say? That I heard footsteps? It could have been a park ranger doing routine checks, or perhaps a fellow camper who had lost their way. There was no reason to disturb everyone's sleep over what might be nothing. I lay back, but sleep refused to return. I fixated on the moonlight filtering through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that seemed to shift and contort even without a breeze to move the branches. The sensation that I was being watched persisted, despite the silence that had returned to the forest. At 3:50 a.m., I decided to abandon the pretense of sleep. I slipped out of my hammock and approached Michael's tent, intending to suggest we get an early start. Before I could call out to him, the tent flap unzipped, and he emerged, looking troubled. "Were you walking around?" he asked immediately, his voice hushed but urgent. "No," I replied, confused by the question. "I've been in my hammock. Why?" Michael glanced around the campsite, his expression guarded. "I woke up because I heard someone walking around. Not an animal, a person. Deliberate steps, circling the camp. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn temperature. I heard it too," I admitted. "I thought I was imagining things." Greg emerged from his tent, already dressed. "Everything okay out here?" he asked, though something in his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "Did you hear anything unusual?" Michael asked him. Greg hesitated before nodding. "Footsteps. Too heavy for an animal, too methodical for a lost hiker." He shrugged, attempting nonchalance. "Probably just a ranger checking the sights." We all agreed that must be the explanation, but I noticed none of us appeared convinced. By unspoken agreement, we began preparing for the hike earlier than planned, perhaps all equally eager to leave the campsite behind. As I gathered my gear, I caught Greg staring into the darkness beyond the campsite, his flashlight beam probing the dense foliage. For a moment, I thought I saw the light reflect off something, a pair of eyes perhaps. But when I looked again, there was nothing there. "Ready?" Michael asked, shouldering his pack. We nodded, and without further discussion, headed toward the car. We reached the trailhead parking lot by 4:30 a.m., exactly as planned despite our early start. The pre-dawn air felt dense, almost stuffy, unusual for the typically crisp mountain mornings. A handful of other vehicles dotted the lot, fellow hikers with similar plans to beat the day's heat and crowds. I stepped out of the car, inhaling deeply, trying to clear the lingering unease from our disturbed night. The familiar scent of pine and earth should have been comforting, but something subtle lurked beneath those natural odors, something faintly metallic and unfamiliar. Michael busied himself checking our supplies while Jasmine and Kimberly adjusted their hiking boots. Greg stretched his arms overhead, glancing toward a small concrete building near the trailhead. "I'm going to use the restroom before we start," he announced, grabbing his headlamp. "Be right back." I watched as Greg's figure retreated down the short path that led from the parking area to a T-intersection with the main trail. The restroom facilities stood directly across this intersection, through a small clearing. His light bobbed in the darkness until it disappeared behind the building. Michael realized he'd forgotten his hiking poles in the trunk and asked me to help retrieve them. We spent perhaps 5 minutes reorganizing gear before heading to the intersection to wait for Greg. The first hints of dawn had begun to lighten the eastern sky, though the forest remained shrouded in deep shadow. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. "What's taking him so long?" Michael muttered, checking his watch. "I'll go check," I offered, crossing the small field to the restroom building. The structure contained 3 stalls, all empty. No sign of Greg. I called his name, receiving only the hollow echo of my own voice in response. Back at the intersection, Michael's expression shifted from annoyed to concerned when I reported Greg's absence. "Maybe he went back to the car for something," he suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. We waited another 10 minutes, growing increasingly uneasy. The dawn light slowly strengthened, revealing empty pathways in all directions. "I'll check the car," Michael said finally. "You stay here in case he comes back." I stood alone at the intersection, scanning the surrounding forest. Morning birdsong had begun to fill the air, but something about it seemed off, too scattered, lacking the harmonious quality typical of dawn choruses. I called Greg's name several times, listening intently after each call. Nothing. Michael returned, shaking his head. "Not at the car." "Could he have gone ahead to the trailhead without us?" I suggested, though it made little sense. Greg was experienced enough to know better than to separate from the group. We decided to check the main trailhead, leaving Jasmine and Kimberly at the intersection in case Greg returned. The trailhead was already becoming active with early hikers, but none matching Greg's description. After nearly 30 minutes of searching and growing concern, I decided to make one final check of the car and restrooms. I jogged back along the path, my mind spinning through increasingly worrying scenarios. Halfway to the intersection, a figure emerged from the trees to my left. I nearly collided with him before recognizing Greg. His appearance stopped me cold. His normally meticulously kept hair was disheveled, his face gleaming with sweat despite the cool morning air. Most disturbing was his expression, a combination of confusion and something else I couldn't quite identify. Fear? Anger? His eyes seemed somehow different, though I couldn't articulate how. "Where have you been?" I demanded, relief quickly giving way to frustration. "We've been looking everywhere for you." Greg blinked, seeming to take a moment to register my presence. "I went to the bathroom," he said, his voice oddly flat. "When I came back to the intersection, you weren't there. I assumed you'd gone ahead to the trailhead." "That's impossible," I countered. "Michael and I waited at the intersection for at least half an hour. We checked the car, the bathroom, the trailhead. You weren't anywhere." He shrugged dismissively. "Well, I don't know what to tell you. I went to the bathroom, came back, and you were gone." Something about his tone, the casual way he dismissed our concern, felt wrong. This wasn't the Greg I knew, a man usually quick to apologize and clarify misunderstandings. "Where's Michael?" he asked. "At the trailhead, looking for you." Greg nodded, then immediately asked again. "Where's Michael?" I stared at him. "I just told you. He's at the trailhead." As we crossed the footbridge leading to the trailhead, Greg suddenly pointed to a faint light visible through the trees along the riverbank. "Oh, maybe that's him," he said with unexpected animation. I followed his gaze, confused. The light was clearly too far off the trail to be Michael's, and the suggestion made no sense given what I had just told him. I chose not to respond, continuing toward the trailhead with growing discomfort. When we reunited with the others, their relief was palpable. Greg offered no real explanation for his disappearance, and though Michael pressed him briefly, the subject was eventually dropped in favor of beginning our delayed hike. As we finally set out on the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. Greg's behavior remained subtly off. His movements too stiff, his reactions slightly delayed, his attention frequently drifting to shadows between the trees that no one else seemed to notice. Even more disturbing was the realization forming in my mind. I wasn't entirely convinced that the person who returned to us was the same Greg who had disappeared. The mist trail began deceptively gently, winding through fragrant pine forest alongside the rushing Merced River. Under normal circumstances, I would have appreciated the growing light revealing the majestic landscape around us, but my attention remained fixed on Greg's peculiar behavior. Keeping his voice low enough that the others couldn't hear. "Has he said anything to you?" I shook my head. "Nothing that makes sense. It's like he's distracted or listening to something we can't hear." "Maybe he's just tired," Michael suggested, though his expression indicated he didn't believe it. The mist trail earned its name as we approached Vernal Fall, where the powerful cascade sent up clouds of spray that drenched the stone steps leading alongside it. Normally refreshing, today the mist felt unnaturally cold against my skin, almost oily in texture. As we climbed the slippery granite staircase beside the thundering waterfall, I noticed Greg staring intently into the mist, his expression oddly vacant. When I followed his gaze, I saw nothing but swirling vapor, yet he remained transfixed until Michael called his name 3 times, each progressively louder. "Sorry," Greg said, blinking rapidly. "I thought I saw someone on the other side." We all looked, but the opposite side of the falls was a sheer cliff face, impossible to traverse. "Must have been a shadow," Kimberly suggested, though her voice betrayed uncertainty. Our group fell silent as we continued climbing, the only sounds being our labored breathing and the roar of the waterfall. The usual camaraderie that marked our previous hikes was conspicuously absent, replaced by a tense vigilance that no one acknowledged but everyone felt. Beyond Vernal Fall, the trail opened to a beautiful valley with clear views of Nevada Fall ahead. We stopped for a brief rest, during which I noticed Michael conducting a subtle inventory of our supplies. "Has anyone seen my red flashlight?" he asked, frowning as he searched his pack. No one had. It was the first of several items that would inexplicably disappear throughout the day: Kimberly's glove, a water bottle, my trail map. Each disappearance was easily attributable to carelessness or being dropped along the trail, yet the accumulation of these small losses created an unsettling pattern. The sun had fully risen, but it provided little warmth. Shadows seemed to linger unnaturally long in places where they should have been banished by the morning light. I found myself avoiding these darker patches without consciously deciding to do so. As we approached the junction where the Mist Trail meets the John Muir Trail, Greg suddenly veered off course, heading toward a dense thicket of trees. "Greg!" Michael called sharply. "Where are you going?" Greg stopped, looking back with confusion. "I thought I saw a trail marker." "The trail is clearly here," Michael said, gesturing to the well-worn path we stood on. Greg rejoined us without further explanation, but I noticed him glancing back several times as we continued on. Whatever he thought he saw, it wasn't visible to the rest of us. The ascent grew steeper as we approached the subdome, the final section before the infamous cables. The terrain became increasingly barren, dominated by exposed granite that reflected the sunlight with uncomfortable intensity. Despite this, the air remained strangely cool, almost cold in places where shadow touched. We passed other hiking groups, exchanging brief greetings, but I noticed something unusual in these encounters. Other hikers seemed to give our group, particularly Greg, a wide berth, their eyes sliding away as though reluctant to make contact. One woman actively pulled her child closer as we passed, though she smiled tightly when I caught her eye. Were we projecting some subtle tension that others could sense? Or was there something more visible that I was missing? As we approached the base of Subdome, Greg stopped abruptly, staring up at the imposing granite formation with an expression I couldn't decipher. "It's watching us," he said softly. "What?" Michael asked, clearly unnerved. Greg blinked, then laughed unconvincingly. "The mountain. It's impressive how it dominates the landscape, isn't it? Like it's watching over everything." We continued upward, but his words lingered in my mind, taking on a significance beyond their literal meaning. The mountain did indeed seem to loom over us with an almost sentient presence, indifferent to our struggles, yet acutely aware of our intrusion. The final approach to Half Dome's summit involves navigating the infamous cables, twin steel lines anchored to the granite that provide the only support for hikers traversing the perilously steep face. Under normal circumstances, this section inspires a healthy mix of exhilaration and terror. Today, something darker colored the experience. As we queued behind other hikers waiting for their turn at the cables, I noticed Greg staring not at the imposing ascent ahead, but at the vast expanse of forest spreading beneath us. His gaze tracked something I couldn't see, methodically sweeping back and forth as though following movement. "Beautiful view," I commented, trying to discern what had captured his attention. "They're following the trails," he replied without looking at me. "Who is?" He turned, seeming surprised by my question. "The hikers, of course. What else would I mean?" Before I could respond, it was our turn to begin the cable ascent. The physical demands of the climb temporarily pushed aside my unease. Gripping the steel cables, we pulled ourselves upward along the nearly 45-degree incline, our boots seeking purchase on the wooden slats spaced intermittently along the route. Halfway up, Jasmine froze, overcome by vertigo or fear. As Michael coached her through her panic, I glanced down at the line of hikers behind us. The perspective was dizzying, tiny figures clinging to the mountain face like insects on a wall. For a disorienting moment, the entire scene seemed to shift, as though the mountain itself had taken a subtle breath. I blinked hard, attributing the illusion to fatigue and altitude. When I looked again, everything appeared normal, though a persistent sense of wrongness lingered. We reached the summit shortly after noon, emerging onto the vast, flat expanse of Half Dome's peak. The achievement should have been triumphant, the panoramic views of Yosemite Valley a just reward for our efforts. Instead, a strange, subdued mood settled over our group as we found a spot to rest and eat. The summit was crowded with other hikers, their voices and laughter creating a reassuringly normal background to our quiet meal. I noticed Greg had positioned himself slightly apart, facing away from the magnificent vista that everyone else had come to admire. Again, his attention seemed fixed on the forest below, his expression unreadable. "Aren't you going to take any photos?" I asked, approaching him with water bottle extended as a peace offering. He accepted the water without looking at it. "Some things shouldn't be captured," he replied cryptically. A cloud passed overhead, casting a brief shadow across the summit. In that momentary dimming, I could have sworn the chattering voices around us faltered in perfect unison, resuming as the sunlight returned. No one else appeared to notice. As we prepared to begin our descent, I realized I hadn't seen Kimberly for several minutes. A quick scan of the summit didn't reveal her distinctive red jacket. Michael noted my concern. "She went behind those rocks to find some privacy," he explained, gesturing to a formation near the edge that provided some shelter from view. 10 minutes passed with no sign of her return. Jasmine volunteered to check on her, disappearing around the same rock formation. She returned moments later, confusion evident on her face. "She's not there," Jasmine reported. A brief search of the summit located Kimberly sitting calmly on the opposite side, staring out over the valley. When questioned about her movement, she seemed genuinely puzzled. "I've been here the whole time," she insisted. "I told Greg I was moving to this spot." All eyes turned to Greg, who shrugged. "I don't remember that." The incident passed without further comment, but I noticed Michael keeping closer watch on everyone afterward. The pleasant fatigue that should have accompanied our achievement was instead replaced by a growing tension that no one acknowledged directly. As we prepared to descend via the cables, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sensation of being observed, not by the other hikers around us, but by something else entirely. The feeling was so intense that I turned in a complete circle, scanning our surroundings. "What's wrong?" Michael asked, noticing my behavior. "Nothing," I replied automatically, though the sensation persisted. Just taking one last look. The descent via the cables proved more physically demanding than the ascent, requiring careful backward steps and constant tension on tired muscles. About a third of the way down, Greg, positioned directly ahead of me, suddenly stopped. "Do you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the wind. I listened but detected nothing unusual, just the sound of exertion from other hikers and the distant rustle of wind through trees far below. "Someone's calling from the woods," he continued, his knuckles white on the cables. "We need to keep moving," Michael called from above. "People are waiting." Greg remained frozen for several more seconds before abruptly resuming his descent, moving with a mechanical precision that seemed at odds with the careful, measured movements required by the treacherous terrain. By the time we cleared the cables and reached the relative safety of Subdome, the late afternoon sun had begun its descent toward the western horizon. We needed to maintain a steady pace to reach the trailhead before dark. As we began the long trek down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being paced by something moving parallel to the trail, just beyond the line of visibility. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned to look directly, I saw only trees swaying in the breeze. The mountain's shadow stretched longer across the valley with each passing minute, as though reaching out to reclaim us. The descent from Half Dome should have been straightforward, the same path we had ascended, just in reverse. 4 to 5 hours of steady hiking would return us to the trailhead before full darkness set in. Yet from the moment we left the summit, subtle distortions began to accumulate. We reached the intersection of the John Muir Trail and the Mist Trail by late afternoon. The logical choice was to take the Mist Trail, steeper but shorter, the most direct route back. Michael consulted the map, confirming our position. Mist Trail will get us down fastest, he concluded, folding the map and replacing it in his pack. Greg pointed to the John Muir Trail junction. That's the Mist Trail, he said with absolute conviction. No, it's not, Michael countered, frowning. The Mist Trail is here. He gestured to the correct path. Greg stared at both trails, blinking rapidly. Right, he finally said. Of course. This momentary disorientation might have been dismissed as fatigue-induced confusion, but it marked the beginning of a pattern. Landmarks that should have been familiar from our ascent seemed subtly altered on the descent. Trees appeared to have shifted position. Rock formations looked different when approached from the opposite direction. The light was changing too, the golden late-afternoon sunlight taking on an unnatural quality as it filtered through the trees. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, darker in their centers, with edges that seemed to pulse slightly when viewed peripherally. About an hour into our descent, we passed Nevada Fall. The thundering cascade should have been on our left, yet somehow we approached it from an angle that placed it on our right. No one commented on this impossibility, though I saw confusion flicker across Jasmine's face as she glanced between the waterfall and the trail markers. The day's heat had begun to dissipate, replaced by a coolness that felt out of proportion to the normal evening temperature drop. I pulled on a light jacket, noticing that my breath was becoming visible in the increasingly chill air. Does it seem colder than it should be? I asked Michael quietly. He nodded, glancing at his watch. Temperature drops fast in the valley once the sun starts to go down. We need to pick up the pace. But our pace was already steady, perhaps even faster than prudent for the increasingly treacherous downhill terrain. My legs burned with the strain of controlled descent, yet we seemed to be covering less ground than expected. Doesn't it seem like we should have reached Vernal Fall by now? Kimberly finally voiced what we all were thinking. Michael consulted his watch again. We have been on the trail longer than I expected, he admitted, but the descent always feels different than the climb. Greg had fallen behind slightly, and I slowed to wait for him. When he caught up, I noticed his eyes constantly scanning the forest on either side of the trail. You okay? I asked. We're walking in circles, he replied matter-of-factly. What? The trail. It's looping back on itself. I looked ahead at the clearly defined path winding down the mountainside. That's impossible. We're following the established trail. Greg's laugh lacked any trace of humor. Just because we can see it doesn't mean it's going where it should. Before I could respond, he quickened his pace, moving ahead to join the others. His words lingered in my mind, gaining unwelcome credibility as our descent continued. Despite maintaining a consistent downhill trajectory, landmarks I expected to see failed to materialize while unfamiliar sections of trail appeared before us. The forest grew denser as we continued downward, the trees closing in on either side of the path. Sound became muffled in a way that couldn't be explained by the vegetative buffer alone, as though the air itself had thickened, dampening acoustic vibrations before they could fully form. We should have passed that distinctive boulder formation by now, Michael muttered after another hour of hiking. He pulled out his map again, studying it with increasing frustration. According to this, we should be approaching the footbridge before Vernal Fall. I glanced around at our surroundings. Dense forest with no sign of a waterfall or bridge. Could we have taken a wrong turn? There are no wrong turns, he insisted. The trail is clearly marked the entire way. As if to contradict him, we rounded a bend to find ourselves facing an unexpected fork in the path. Neither direction was marked with the usual trail signs. This isn't right, Jasmine said, voicing our collective confusion. This fork wasn't here on the way up. Greg stepped forward, pointing to the left-hand path without hesitation. This way. How can you be sure? Michael challenged. I just am. Something in his tone made further argument seem pointless. We followed the left path, which initially appeared to descend in the correct general direction. After about 10 minutes, however, the trail began to level out, then subtly incline upward, the opposite of the descent we should have been making. This is wrong, Michael said, stopping abruptly. We're heading back up. Greg turned, his expression unreadable in the fading light. No, we're not. The trail just dips and rises. It will descend again soon. Before Michael could respond, a distant sound reached us, faint but unmistakable. Voices. Other hikers on the trail ahead, their conversation indistinct but their presence reassuring. "See?" Greg said, gesturing forward. "Others are ahead. The trail must be correct." We continued forward, listening as the voices gradually became more distinct. Except they didn't. Despite apparently drawing closer to their source, the voices remained tantalizingly just beyond the range of comprehension. Present enough to confirm human origin, too distant to discern words. The light was failing rapidly now, the forest canopy accelerating the onset of darkness. Michael called a halt, and we all retrieved our flashlights. Mine flickered weakly despite fresh batteries installed that morning. Others experienced similar issues, their lights casting sickly, insufficient pools of illumination that seemed to struggle against the encroaching darkness. "This isn't right," Michael said again, his voice tight with suppressed concern. "We should have reached the valley floor by now." No one disagreed, yet we had no choice but to continue forward, each step taking us deeper into an increasingly unfamiliar landscape. The trail itself remained clear, but its surroundings had transformed into something none of us recognized from our ascent. The voices ahead continued to call, always just beyond the next bend, their eerie persistence both beckoning and warning. Complete darkness descended with unnatural swiftness. One moment, we could still discern shapes and shadows. The next, an impenetrable blackness enveloped us, broken only by our struggling flashlight beams. The darkness felt almost tangible, pressing against us with malevolent intent. "We need to stay together," Michael instructed, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Keep the person ahead of you in sight at all times." We formed a line, Michael leading, followed by Jasmine, Kimberly, myself, and Greg bringing up the rear. Our pace slowed to a cautious shuffle, each step carefully placed on an increasingly treacherous path. The trail had narrowed, hemmed in by dense vegetation that seemed to shift and reach toward us when illuminated by our flashlights. The distant voices that had drawn us forward gradually faded, replaced by the ambient sounds of the forest at night. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of wind through leaves. Yet these familiar sounds carried unfamiliar qualities, occurring at irregular intervals and emanating from directions that seemed to change without logic. "Does anyone recognize where we are?" Jasmine finally asked, her voice small against the vast darkness. No one answered immediately. The truth was too disquieting to voice aloud. We were on a trail that shouldn't exist, in a section of forest that bore no resemblance to the well-documented path between Half Dome and the valley floor. "We're still on the main trail," Michael insisted, though his tone lacked conviction. "It's just difficult to recognize in the dark." I felt someone close behind me, their breath on my neck. I turned, expecting to see Greg, but he was several paces back, his flashlight beam pointed at the ground. "Did you just move up behind me?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor from my voice. He looked up, confusion evident even in the poor light. "No, I've maintained the same distance." I turned back to face forward, accelerating slightly to close the gap between myself and Kimberly. The sensation of being closely followed persisted, though I resisted the urge to look back again. Our progress slowed further as the trail began to twist unpredictably, sometimes doubling back on itself in a way that defied topographical logic. Michael frequently consulted his compass, his frustration growing as the readings contradicted our perceived direction of travel. "This makes no sense," he muttered after one particularly bewildering turn. "According to this, we're heading north, but we should be moving west, descending toward the valley." "The mountain's interfering with the magnetic field," Greg suggested, his voice oddly calm compared to the rising panic evident in the others. "That's not how compasses work," Michael snapped. "Isn't it?" Greg replied. Something in his tone made me shiver despite the exertion of hiking. Time became increasingly difficult to track. My watch indicated we had been descending for over 4 hours, yet the trail showed no signs of approaching the valley floor. Fatigue set in, muscles protesting the continued strain, mind struggling against the disorientation of prolonged darkness and unfamiliar terrain. "We need to rest," Kimberly announced, her voice strained. "Just for a few minutes." Michael reluctantly agreed, and we found a small clearing just off the trail. Sitting in a tight circle, we shared what remained of our water and energy bars. No one spoke much, each lost in private thoughts or too exhausted for conversation. I noticed Greg sitting slightly apart, his flashlight extinguished, staring into the darkness as though he could perceive what was hidden from the rest of us. When I directed my light toward him, he flinched, raising a hand to shield his eyes. "Sorry," I murmured, lowering the beam. "They don't like the light," he replied cryptically. Before I could ask who they were, a sound echoed through the forest, a long, keening wail that resembled no animal I'd ever heard. It started low, rising in pitch until it became almost painfully high, then abruptly ceased. We froze, straining to locate the source. "Mountain lion?" Jasmine suggested, her voice barely audible. Michael shook his head. "Doesn't sound like any mountain lion I've ever heard." The wail came again, closer this time, seemingly from multiple directions simultaneously. It was answered by another, then another, until the forest resonated with an impossible chorus. "We need to move," Michael decided, scrambling to his feet. "Now." No one argued. We hastily gathered our belongings and returned to the trail, our earlier fatigue forgotten in the surge of adrenaline. The sounds pursued us, maintaining a consistent distance regardless of our pace, never quite catching up, never fully receding. The trail began to slope more steeply downward, offering the first encouraging sign in hours that we were indeed descending toward the valley. Our pace quickened, hope lending new energy to tired limbs. Then, as suddenly as it had steepened, the trail leveled out, opening into a large clearing that none of us recognized. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading outward like beseeching arms, its trunk wider than any oak should grow at this elevation. "This isn't right," Michael said for what felt like the 100th time that night. "This clearing, this tree, they shouldn't be here." Greg stepped forward, approaching the tree with an expression of recognition. "We've been here before," he said softly. "That's impossible," I replied. "We would remember a tree like this." He turned to face me, his features strangely animated in the harsh light of my flashlight. "Not tonight. Before. Long before." A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it a scent I recognized from our campsite the previous night. That faintly metallic odor underlying the natural forest smells. The same wind seemed to whisper through the oak's branches, creating a sound disturbingly similar to the keening wails that had pursued us. Michael consulted his compass again, then pointed to a narrow path leading away from the oak. "This way. It's heading west." As we followed this new trail, I glanced back at the oak tree. For an instant, I thought I saw figures moving around its base. Thin, elongated shapes that melted into the darkness when I tried to focus on them directly. "Did you see that?" I whispered to Kimberly. "See what?" she asked, but her tone suggested she already knew what I meant, and had seen it too. The trail narrowed again, descending so steeply that we were forced to brace ourselves against trees to prevent falling. The vegetation changed subtly, transitioning from mixed conifers to more deciduous species, a shift that suggested we were indeed approaching lower elevations. After what seemed like hours but may have been only minutes, the trees suddenly thinned, and we found ourselves on a familiar stretch of trail, unmistakably the lower section of the mist trail, perhaps half a mile from the trailhead. The relief was palpable. Even our flashlights seemed to brighten, their beams cutting more effectively through the now ordinary darkness. "We made it," Jasmine breathed, the first to voice our collective relief. Michael nodded, though his expression remained guarded. "Let's keep moving. I want to reach the car before we celebrate." As we resumed our hike on now familiar terrain, I found myself repeatedly looking back, half expecting to see something emerging from the forest behind us. Nothing materialized, yet the sensation of being followed, of being watched, persisted until we finally reached the trailhead. The parking lot appeared exactly as we had left it that morning, our car waiting alongside a handful of others, the restroom building standing silent in the darkness. Everything normal, everything as it should be. Yet as we loaded our gear into the trunk, I caught Greg staring back at the trailhead, his expression unreadable. "What is it?" I asked. "It let us go," he replied softly. This time. The drive back to our campsite passed in exhausted silence. Despite having successfully completed the hike, no one felt the usual sense of accomplishment. Instead, a shared understanding hung unspoken between us. Something inexplicable had occurred on that mountain, something beyond rational explanation. We arrived at our campsite well after midnight. Too tired to cook, we consumed the remaining energy bars and trail mix before retreating to our respective sleeping arrangements. I hesitated before climbing into my hammock, the memory of the previous night's disturbances still fresh. Maybe I should sleep in the car, I suggested half-jokingly. Michael shook his head. We're all staying together tonight. I'll leave the rain fly off my tent so I can see out. Despite my exhaustion, sleep proved elusive. Each forest sound triggered heightened alertness. Each shift in the breeze felt significant. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were fragmented and disturbing. Images of endless trails that doubled back on themselves, of shadows that moved independently of their casters, of voices calling from places no human could reach. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the cool night air. The forest around our campsite appeared perfectly normal in the pre-dawn light. No sign of the unnatural stillness that had marked the previous morning. Birds sang their usual chorus. Small creatures rustled in the underbrush, everything as it should be. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that something fundamental had changed. Not in our surroundings, but in our perception of them. Like a photograph with subtle details altered, the world appeared the same at first glance, but revealed disturbing inconsistencies upon closer inspection. We broke camp efficiently, eager to leave despite having originally planned to stay another night. No one suggested extending our trip. By unspoken agreement, we were going home. As we loaded the last of our gear into the car, Greg paused, staring into the forest with that same distant expression he had worn throughout much of our hike. "What do you see?" I finally asked, unable to contain my curiosity. He turned to me, his eyes clearer than they had been since his disappearance the previous morning. "Nothing," he replied. "Not anymore." The drive home felt unnaturally long, the landscape outside the windows somehow less substantial than it had been on our journey to Yosemite. We stopped only once for fuel and food, conversation limited to practicalities. Michael dropped me off first, helping unload my gear with mechanical efficiency. As I shouldered my backpack, he hesitated, clearly struggling with something he wanted to say. "What happened out there?" he began, then faltered. "I don't know," I admitted. "I don't think any of us do." He nodded, relief evident in his expression. Relief that he wasn't alone in his confusion, that his perception hadn't been uniquely compromised. "Let's talk in a few days," he suggested, "after we've had some time to process." I agreed, though privately I wondered what there was to process. We had experienced something that defied rational explanation, something that would likely make less sense with reflection rather than more. That evening, as I was unpacking my gear, my phone rang. Michael's name flashed on the screen. "Have you spoken to anyone about yesterday?" he asked without preamble. "No, why?" He exhaled heavily. "My wife knew we were camping. She said she had a dream where she saw me in a tent in a forest with someone standing outside." The chill that ran through me had nothing to do with the air conditioning in my apartment. "She woke up around 3 in the morning," Michael continued, "with an overwhelming urge to pray for me. And she did. 3 in the morning. Precisely when I had awakened to the sound of footsteps circling our camp. "What does it mean?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted an answer. "I don't know," Michael replied, "but Greg called me after I dropped him off. He doesn't remember anything about disappearing at the trailhead. Says he went to the bathroom and came right back." "That's impossible. He was gone for over half an hour." "I know, and there's something else." Michael paused. He claims he never said any of those strange things on the trail, about the mountain watching us, about the trail looping back on itself. He has no memory of any of it. I sat heavily on the edge of my bed, trying to process this information. If Greg had no memory of his own bizarre behavior, then either he was lying, for reasons I couldn't fathom, or something had influenced his actions and perceptions without his awareness. Neither possibility was comforting. "Do you think we should report this?" I asked. "To the park rangers, maybe?" Michael's laugh held no humor. "And tell them what? That we got lost on one of the most well-marked trails in the national park system? That we heard voices and saw shadows? That my friend acted strangely and doesn't remember it?" He was right, of course. We had no evidence beyond our subjective experiences, nothing that would convince authorities that anything unusual had occurred. "So we just... what? Pretend it didn't happen?" I asked. "I don't think we can," Michael replied softly. "I don't think it will let us." After ending the call, I sat in silence for a long time, replaying the events of the past 2 days in my mind. Each recollection seemed to shift slightly, details changing in subtle ways that made me question my own memory. Was the trail really as disorienting as I remembered? Were the voices we heard actually just the wind? Was Greg's behavior truly as bizarre as it had seemed at the time? Yet beneath these natural doubts lay a deeper certainty. Something had happened on that mountain, something beyond normal explanation. The forest had changed around us, the trails had shifted. Time and distance had distorted in ways that defied physical laws. In the weeks that followed, I researched missing persons cases in Yosemite, finding dozens of instances where hikers vanished without explanation, many on well-traveled trails in good weather. Some were eventually found, unable to explain how they had become lost in familiar territory. Others remained missing, their disappearances adding to the park's mysterious legacy. I never returned to Half Dome, though the mountain frequently appeared in my dreams. Always looming, always watching, always waiting. In these dreams, I would find myself on endless trails that circled back on themselves, pursued by something I could never quite see, but always sensed just behind me. Michael and I spoke occasionally about our experience, our recollections growing hazier with time, yet never completely fading. Greg, however, refused to discuss the trip at all, changing the subject whenever it arose. Something in his eyes suggested he remembered more than he admitted, or perhaps feared remembering. Sometimes, when hiking other trails closer to home, I find myself scanning the forest edge, listening for footsteps that don't match my own. The sensation of being observed has never fully dissipated, as though whatever noticed us in Yosemite continues to track our movements from afar. I've come to believe that certain places in this world exist at the intersection of realities, locations where the familiar and the unknown bleed into one another under specific conditions. Yosemite, with its ancient forests and towering monoliths, may be one such place. What watched us from the forest that night? What distorted our path and time itself? What briefly claimed Greg before returning him subtly changed? I have no answers. Only the lingering certainty that for a brief period, we glimpsed something beyond the world we thought we knew, and it glimpsed us in return. Perhaps most disturbing is the thought that occurs to me in the darkest hours of night. What if it followed us home? What if even now, it waits just beyond the threshold of perception, observing from shadows we've been conditioned to ignore? Some nights, I still wake suddenly at 3:30 a.m., heart racing for no apparent reason, listening for footsteps that never quite materialize. And in those moments between sleeping and waking, I could swear I hear distant voices calling from the woods behind my apartment. Voices that sound almost, but not quite human. The forest has a way of changing a person. I learned that my first season as a park ranger in the Olympic National Forest. Most who visit see only the gentle side, sunlight filtering through ancient cedars, the peaceful streams, the occasional deer watching curiously from a distance. They never stay long enough to feel the weight of the wilderness pressing in, to hear the whispers that come when darkness falls. I wasn't always like this. Jumpy, scanning the tree line, keeping my back to walls. Before the incident at Blackwater Ridge, I was like any other ranger, proud of my uniform and passionate about conservation. I'd graduated near the top of my class in forestry management and landed what I considered a dream position. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I welcomed it after years of crowded dormitories and noisy classrooms. My cabin stood at the edge of the most remote sector of the park, a simple structure with a metal roof that sang during rainstorms. It had the basics: a wood stove, a desk for paperwork, shelves lined with field guides and tattered paperbacks left by previous occupants. One of them, a dog-eared horror novel about creatures lurking in mountain caves, would later seem less like fiction and more like a warning I should have heeded. "You'll get used to talking to yourself," my supervisor Jake had said during orientation, his leathery face crinkling with amusement. "Just don't start answering back. That's when we worry." We'd laughed, but 3 months into my solitary posting, I understood what he meant. The isolation creeps into your mind gradually. I'd catch myself narrating my daily tasks aloud, describing the flora and fauna as if leading an invisible tour group. It was harmless enough. What wasn't harmless were the search and rescue operations. Olympic claimed hikers every year, some from exposure, others from falls, and a few simply vanished without explanation. The veterans spoke of these cases in hushed tones around campfires, their faces grave in the flickering light. "Nature takes what it wants," they'd say, passing a flask. "These mountains been here long before us, and they'll be here long after." I dismissed their superstitions as the ramblings of men who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. That was before I found the journal. It was during a routine trail check after heavy rainfall had washed out portions of the Silverbrook path. The small, leather-bound book lay half buried in mud beside a fallen log, its pages swollen with moisture but still legible. The handwriting was erratic, starting as neat observations about wildlife sightings but deteriorating into frantic scrawls by the final entries. Day 14. Prints again this morning. Too large for bear. Stride length impossible for known wildlife. Something watches the cabin at night. Day 16. The sounds outside aren't animal, they're almost words. God help me, I think it's trying to speak. Day 17. It knows I'm a low. The entry cut off mid-word, a dark smear trailing from the final letter. I told myself it was mud, not blood, though the coppery scent suggested otherwise. I should have reported finding the journal immediately, but something held me back. Instead, I slipped it into my pack and continued my patrol, unaware that I'd crossed a threshold from which there was no return. That night, I heard the knocking for the first time. 3 distinct raps against the cabin wall, too deliberate to be a branch in the wind. Then silence, heavy and expectant, as if something waited just beyond the walls for me to respond. I didn't sleep. No one does, not really, after the first encounter. The darkness outside my windows seemed to press against the glass with physical weight, and somewhere in that darkness, I knew it was watching. The old-timers had a name for what lurked in these woods. They never used it directly, referring instead to the Tall One, or simply the Watcher. But I knew what they meant. What the indigenous peoples called Sasquatch. What the rest of the world mockingly referred to as Bigfoot. I'd laughed at those stories once. I wasn't laughing anymore. The first disappearance happened 3 weeks after I found the journal. A hiker named Marcus Chen, experienced outdoorsman with all the right gear, set out on a 4-day trek along the Ridgeline Trail. When he didn't check in at the designated ranger station, we organized search parties. I was assigned the North Quadrant with Ranger Davis, a grizzled veteran of the service who spoke little but observed everything. "They never find anything, you know," Davis said as we trudged through dense undergrowth. "Not a backpack, not a boot, nothing. It's like they just stepped sideways out of our world." I wanted to dismiss his words as dramatic exaggeration, but something in his tone made my skin prickle. "What do you think happens to them?" He stopped walking and turned to face me, eyes narrowed against the afternoon sun. "Think? I don't think anything. I know what I've seen, and that's enough." He tapped his temple. "When you've been out here long enough, you'll know too." We found Chen's campsite that afternoon. The tent was intact, sleeping bag still inside. His cooking gear was arranged neatly beside a fire pit that had burned down to cold ash. His trail mix sat open on a log, as if he'd been snacking when something caught his attention. But it was the trees that made my blood run cold. 3 massive pines surrounding the campsite had been broken, not cut, not knocked over by wind, but snapped halfway up their trunks, the splintered ends pointing inward toward the tent like accusing fingers. The force required to break trees of that size would be immense. "Seen this before," Davis muttered, running his hand along one jagged break. "They mark their territory." "Bears?" I asked, though I knew better. He just gave me a look that said more than words could. That night in my cabin, I read more of the water-damaged journal. The author, who I'd identified from the faded name inside the cover as Thomas Blackwood, a ranger who'd worked my sector 3 years prior, described increasingly bizarre encounters. Trees knocked against each other in patterns too regular to be coincidental. Stone cairns appearing outside his cabin overnight. Footprints measuring 22 inches in length. "I tried reporting it," he wrote. "They think I'm losing it out here alone. Maybe I am. But I know what I hear at night. The mimicry is getting better. Yesterday it called my name in Jake's voice, perfect pitch and cadence. But Jake was 50 miles away at headquarters. I nearly dropped the journal when 3 loud knocks rattled my cabin door. My hand moved instinctively to the service revolver I kept for emergencies. Bears, mountain lions, the occasional aggressive vagrant. The knocks came again, more insistent this time. "Who's there?" I called, voice steadier than I expected. Silence answered me. Then, so quietly I almost thought I imagined it, my name whispered from just beyond the door, in Davis's voice. But Davis was at the western station, 30 miles away. I didn't open the door. Instead, I retreated to the far corner of the cabin, gun drawn, and waited for dawn. Sleep was impossible with the intermittent sounds circling my cabin. Heavy footfalls, occasional scrapes against the walls, and twice more, my name in Davis's perfect drawl. When morning finally came, I stepped outside to find a semicircle of stones arranged on my porch, each the size of a softball and unnaturally white against the weathered wood. And pressed into the soft earth at the bottom of my steps was a single, massive footprint. I photographed it beside my boot for scale. The impression dwarfed my size 12 Ranger issue footwear, nearly twice its length and 3 times as wide. The detail was incredible. 5 distinct toes, a pronounced arch, skin texture visible in the packed soil. This was no bear track. No man in costume could leave an impression with such anatomical precision. This was something else entirely, something that science insisted couldn't exist. And yet there it stood, undeniable proof pressed into the earth outside my door. I should have reported it immediately. Protocol dictated documenting any unusual wildlife activity. But who would believe me? I'd be the laughingstock of the service, another ranger gone mountain crazy from too much solitude. Instead, I did what Thomas Blackwood had done before me. I kept a record. My own journal, meticulously noting each incident, photographing evidence when possible, building a case that I wasn't sure I'd ever share. Because deep down, I understood a terrible truth. Whatever was out there wanted to be known, but only by me. It was establishing contact. And I couldn't shake the feeling that Thomas Blackwood wasn't reassigned as the official record stated. The forest had claimed him, just as it might claim me. The radio crackled to life at 4:37 a.m., jolting me from the light doze I'd fallen into after another night of watchful vigilance. "Ranger Station 8, come in. We have a situation." I recognized Deputy Chief Harmon's voice, tight with the controlled tension that only comes with serious emergencies. "Station 8 responding," I answered, already reaching for my uniform. "We've got a family of 4 missing. Thompson party, scheduled for a 2-night stay at Clearwater Campground. Didn't check in. Cars still at the trailhead. Need you to coordinate with Davis and Rivera on search and rescue. Quadrant mapping's been uploaded to your tablet." My stomach tightened. A solo hiker disappearing was unfortunate, but not unheard of. An entire family vanishing was something else entirely. "Copy that. Any signs of wildlife activity? Bear, cougar?" I asked, dancing around what I really wanted to know. The pause before Harmon's response lasted a beat too long. Nothing confirmed, but there were disturbances at the campsite. Rivera will brief you on scene. I met the others at Clearwater 2 hours later, the morning fog still clinging to the forest floor like reluctant ghosts. Rivera, normally talkative, was uncharacteristically silent as she led me to the Thompson family's abandoned campsite. "Holy shit," I whispered when I saw it. The family's tent remained standing, but something had pressed against it with such force that the aluminum support poles had bent inward. Their belongings were untouched. 4 sleeping bags arranged neatly, a backpack for each family member, even a stuffed rabbit that presumably belonged to their 6-year-old daughter. But surrounding the campsite, every tree within 30 yards had been snapped at the same height, approximately 10 feet up, their tops hanging down like broken necks. Some had been driven partially into the ground like spears. "No human could do this," Rivera said, her voice barely audible. "Not even with equipment." Davis arrived minutes later, taking in the scene with eyes that betrayed no surprise. "Just like the Chen site," he muttered. "Only bigger. It's escalating." "What's escalating?" Rivera asked. Davis and I exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between us. She hadn't been out here long enough. She wouldn't understand. "Let's focus on finding the Thompsons," I said instead. "Davis, take the eastern trail. Rivera, head north toward the creek. I'll cover the ridge path. Radio check every 30 minutes. We separated, each pursuing our assigned search routes. The ridge path climbed steadily through increasingly dense forest, the underbrush grabbing at my pant legs as if trying to hold me back. 3 miles in, I found the first sign that the Thompsons had come this way. A child's pink water bottle lying beside the path, still half full. I reported the finding and pressed on, the trail narrowing as it wound around a rocky outcropping. That's when I noticed the silence. No birdsong, no rustle of small mammals in the underbrush. The forest had gone completely still, as if holding its breath. My radio crackled, making me jump. "Station 8, come in." Davis's voice, strained. "Go ahead." I found... The transmission broke into static. "Davis, repeat your last, you're breaking up." More static, then his voice came through clearly. "Get to my position. Now." The GPS showed him a half-mile northwest of my location. I abandoned the trail, cutting directly through the forest toward his coordinates. When I found him, he was standing motionless in a small clearing, staring upward. I followed his gaze and felt my legs go weak. 30 feet up, carefully arranged in the crook of a massive pine, was what remained of the Thompson family's camping gear. Sleeping bags, clothing, cooking equipment, all methodically placed as if to recreate their campsite in the treetops. A family photo in a plastic frame had been positioned prominently in the center of the arrangement, the smiling faces looking down at us. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. "This isn't random," Davis said, his voice hollow. "It's communication. It wants us to know it took them, that it can take any of us." Before I could respond, Rivera's panicked voice burst through the radio. "Movement! Large! Oh God, it's fast! Heading northeast from my position!" Without a word, Davis and I broke into a run toward her coordinates. We found her radio abandoned on a moss-covered log, still transmitting. Of Rivera herself, there was no sign, except for her ranger hat hanging from a branch 15 feet above the ground. "Rivera!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the silent forest. "Rivera!" Only the forest answered, with a long, low whistle that no human throat could produce. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, surrounding us completely. Then, 3 thunderous knocks from the darkness beyond the trees. Knock, knock, knock. Davis grabbed my arm, eyes wide. "Run," he whispered. "Back to back. Move now." We retreated, each watching the other's blind spots, weapons drawn, though I knew instinctively they would be useless against what hunted us. Halfway back to Clearwater, we heard Rivera's voice calling from deep in the woods. "Help me! I'm hurt! Davis! Anyone?" Davis's grip on my shoulder tightened. "That's not her," he hissed. "It's mimicking. Don't answer. Don't even look." The voice called again, more desperate this time. It was perfect. Rivera's distinct cadence, the slight Mexican accent she'd never fully lost. But something in it raised the hairs on my neck. An emptiness behind the words, as if they were sounds without meaning. We made it back to Clearwater as darkness was falling. The search for Rivera and the Thompsons continued for 2 weeks, involving 3 counties worth of search and rescue personnel, cadaver dogs, and eventually FBI agents. They found nothing. Not Rivera's body, not a trace of the family beyond what we'd already discovered. In my report, I documented the broken trees, the elevated campsite recreation, Rivera's hat in the tree. I did not mention the mimicked voices, the impossible footprints, or the sense of intelligent malice that had saturated the forest that day. Those details went into my private journal, alongside my growing collection of inexplicable observations. The official report listed the disappearances as missing persons, presumed wilderness casualties, cause unknown. The case remained open, but inactive, but I knew. And in the darkness of my cabin each night, as the knocking grew more frequent and the mimicry more precise, I began to understand that knowing was part of its plan. The days following Rivera's disappearance passed in a fog of dread and hypervigilance. I requested transfer to a different station, any station, but with the department short-staffed after losing Rivera, my appeal was denied. I was told to stick it out until the end of the season, just 3 more months. Davis, my only ally who understood what we were facing, was reassigned to headquarters for debriefing, leaving me alone at Station 8. Alone with whatever watched from the woods. The knocking continued nightly, always in 3s, always from a different location around my cabin. Sometimes it would stop for days, lulling me into the false hope that perhaps it had moved on, only to resume with greater intensity. I began recording the sounds on my phone, capturing not just the knocks but the other, more disturbing phenomena, twigs snapping in rhythmic patterns, my name whispered from the darkness, and once, terribly, Rivera's voice sobbing just beyond my window. I installed motion-activated game cameras around the perimeter of the station, positioning them to cover every approach. Most mornings I'd review the footage to find nothing unusual, but occasionally the cameras would trigger at precisely 3:17 a.m., capturing only a dark blur at the edge of the frame, or, more unnervingly, nothing at all despite the sensor being activated. Then came the night when all 6 cameras triggered simultaneously. The timestamps matched perfectly, 3:17 a.m. across all devices. But instead of the usual empty frames or motion blurs, each camera showed exactly the same thing. A tall, dark figure standing motionless at the very edge of the infrared range, just barely visible enough to make out its silhouette. It was tall, perhaps 8 or 9 feet, with proportions that were almost but not quite human. The shoulders too broad, the arms too long, the head shaped wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. In each camera's footage, it faced directly toward the lens, as if it knew precisely where each device was positioned. I downloaded the footage immediately, backing it up to multiple drives. This was irrefutable evidence, the kind that would force the department to take my reports seriously. I sent the files to my personal email as further backup, then prepared a formal incident report. When I reviewed the footage again to include precise timestamps in my documentation, every video file showed only empty forest. The figure was gone, the files altered somehow despite being stored locally on my computer. Only my phone backup remained intact, and even there, the image had degraded to a shadowy shape that could be dismissed as a technical glitch or shadow. My hands shook as I realized what this meant. It didn't just watch. It could interfere. It understood technology well enough to manipulate digital evidence. That day, I received a call from headquarters. The Forest Service was sending a psychology specialist to evaluate my mental fitness for duty. Standard procedure, they assured me, after witnessing the traumatic disappearance of a colleague. The evaluation was scheduled for the following week. They thought I was breaking down. Maybe I was. But the journal I kept, now filled with meticulous documentation of each incident, told a different story. I was not imagining the systematic pattern of events unfolding around Station 8. Something intelligent was executing a careful campaign of psychological warfare, isolating me, testing my responses, and steadily escalating its demonstrations of power. That night, I decided to try something different. When the knocking came, 3 sharp raps against my bedroom wall, I knocked back. 3 times, matching the rhythm exactly. The silence that followed was heavier than any I'd experienced before, a vacuum of sound that seemed to pull at my eardrums. Then, slowly, deliberately, came a response. 5 knocks in a complex pattern. Without thinking, I repeated it. 5 knocks, same rhythm, same spacing. The response was immediate. The same 5-knock pattern, but faster, followed by 3 new knocks in a different sequence. I was having a conversation. A primitive one, but undeniably an exchange of communication with whatever lurked outside. My heart raced as I repeated the new pattern. This continued for nearly an hour, the sequences growing increasingly complex, my responses matching each one until I failed to reproduce a particularly intricate series of 17 knocks. When I fumbled the pattern, the knocking stopped abruptly. I waited, breath held, for it to resume. Instead, a new sound came, something being dragged heavily across my porch. Then silence again. I didn't look outside until dawn broke. When I finally opened my door, I found a freshly killed deer arranged on my porch, its neck broken cleanly, body positioned as if in peaceful sleep. Beside it lay a small branch stripped of bark, notches carved into it in the exact pattern of the knock sequence I had failed to replicate. It wasn't just communicating now, it was teaching. I photographed everything, adding the images to my growing file of evidence. Then I dragged the deer deep into the forest, away from my cabin, heart pounding with each step into the trees. I could feel eyes on me the entire time, watching from somewhere just out of sight. That afternoon, I hiked to the ridge where cell reception was strongest and called Davis on his personal number. "It's getting worse," I told him when he answered. "I need everything you know, everything you've seen or heard about these things. The department's sending someone to evaluate me, and if they pull me out, there's no one left who understands what's happening. Davis was silent for so long I thought we'd lost connection. Finally, he spoke, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. "There's a file," he said. "Not digital, paper only. Kept in a locked cabinet in the chief's office. Every encounter for the past 70 years, documented by rangers just like you and me. Descriptions, patterns, witness accounts, all consistent across decades. They know what's out there. They've always known. Why keep it secret? Why not warn us? Would you have believed it? Would anyone take this job if they knew the truth?" He sighed heavily. "Look, I can't get you the file, but I know someone who might help. Former ranger, retired now, Harold Blackwood." The name hit me like a physical blow. Blackwood? Any relation to Thomas Blackwood? His father. Thomas disappeared 3 years ago from your station. Official report says he requested transfer and then quit, but Harold never believed it. Says his son was onto something big in those woods. Harold's been researching these occurrences ever since, trying to understand what happened to his son. I thought of the water-damaged journal hidden in my desk drawer. Thomas Blackwood's final days, recorded in increasingly frantic handwriting. Where can I find him? Cabin about 20 miles east of the park boundary. I'll text you the coordinates, but listen. Davis's voice dropped to a whisper. Be careful who you trust with what you know. There are people in the department who will go to great lengths to keep this quiet. As I hiked back to my station, I felt a strange sense of calm descend. I was no longer drifting in uncertainty. I had purpose now, direction. The creature in the woods was reaching out, and somewhere beyond the park, a man who might have answers was waiting. I just had to survive long enough to reach him. The psychological evaluation came and went. I played my part perfectly, admitted to stress, acknowledged the trauma of losing Rivera, expressed appropriate concern without revealing the extent of what I'd witnessed. Dr. Winters, the department psychologist, prescribed meditation techniques and weekly check-in calls, but cleared me for continued duty. She left me with a bottle of sleeping pills that I had no intention of taking. I needed to stay alert. That night, I reread Thomas Blackwood's journal cover to cover, searching for any mention of his father or research that might help me understand what I was dealing with. Near the back, on pages stuck together that I had previously overlooked, I found a series of coordinates followed by a cryptic note. The structures aren't random. Map them and you'll see the pattern. They're trying to tell us something, or warn us. Structures. The word triggered a memory. Davis mentioning structures found deep in the wilderness during our search for the Thompson family. At the time, I assumed he meant man-made features, perhaps old hunting cabins or abandoned ranger outposts. Now I wasn't so certain. I spread out my topographical map of the Olympic Forest and surrounding wilderness areas, marking the locations of every incident I'd documented. The Chen disappearance, the Thompson family site, Rivera's last known position, and several spots where hikers had reported unusual experiences over the past decade. When connected, the points formed a rough circle approximately 18 miles in diameter, with my station near its center. But Thomas had mentioned mapping structures, not incidents. What structures? I pulled up the detailed aerial survey maps on my tablet, scanning for anything that might qualify. Nothing obvious appeared until I switched to the LiDAR overlay that penetrated the forest canopy to reveal ground formations. There, scattered throughout the circle I'd drawn, were dozens of anomalies, stone formations, arranged in patterns too regular to be natural, all following similar architectural principles despite being miles apart. Some resembled cairns but scaled up enormously, with boulders weighing tons stacked in perfect balance. Others formed crude but unmistakable arch-like structures. All were positioned at seemingly random intervals throughout the wilderness, many in areas so remote they'd likely never been seen by human eyes. I spent the night plotting each formation on my map, connecting them with lines that revealed an intricate geometric pattern converging on a single point deep in the most restricted area of the national forest, a region marked on official maps as Watershed Protection Zone, but suspiciously devoid of significant water sources according to geological surveys. This had to be what Thomas discovered. This pattern wasn't random. It was deliberate, a massive territorial marking or communication system created by beings that had likely inhabited these forests for centuries before human arrival. Dawn was breaking when I finished my analysis. I packed a 3-day supply of provisions, my service weapon, Thomas's journal, and my own documentation. Harold Blackwood's cabin was a day's hike southeast, but to reach it, I would need to cross through a corner of the restricted zone, directly through the convergence point of the mapped structures. I left a sealed letter in my desk explaining my discoveries and destination, addressed to Davis in the event I didn't return. Then I set out, the morning fog parting before me as I entered the forest. The day passed uneventfully, though the weight of unseen eyes followed my progress. Twice, I found fresh prints crossing my path, massive 5-toed impressions pressed deep into the soft earth. They were no longer trying to hide their presence from me. As evening approached, I neared the convergence point. The terrain grew increasingly difficult, with sharp limestone formations jutting from the earth like broken teeth. Natural caves and crevices pockmarked the landscape, creating a labyrinthine environment where visibility rarely extended beyond 20 yards in any direction. I almost missed the first structure, a perfect arch of stacked stones, each weighing hundreds of pounds, forming a doorway of sorts among the natural rock formations. Beyond it stood another, then another, creating a path that wound between the limestone teeth toward a dark opening in the hillside ahead. A cave. The convergence point was a cave entrance, disguised amid the natural stone but unmistakably modified by intelligent hands. The stone arches leading to it served as both markers and... what? Ceremonial gateways, territorial warnings. Darkness was falling rapidly. I should make camp, approach in daylight. That would be the sensible course of action. Instead, I switched on my high-powered flashlight and stepped through the first arch. The air changed immediately, cooler, damper, carrying a musty odor unlike typical cave smells. Not the ammonia scent of bat colonies or the mineral tang of groundwater, but something organic and ancient, like disturbing soil that hadn't been turned in centuries. I passed through 5 stone arches before reaching the cave mouth. Each arch was progressively larger than the last, the final one standing nearly 15 feet high and constructed of stones that would require industrial equipment for humans to move. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet into the darkness of the cave, the light swallowed by an unnatural blackness beyond. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct screaming danger. From the depths came 3 distinct knocks. I almost ran then, every fiber of my being urged retreat. But I had come too far, learned too much to turn back. Thomas Blackwood had stood where I stood now, had faced this same decision. I needed to know what he had discovered. I stepped into the cave. The passage descended gently, widening into a chamber where my light finally found purchase on the walls. What I saw froze the breath in my lungs. Petroglyphs, hundreds of them covering every surface. Some were recognizably indigenous in origin, thunderbirds, whales, human hunters with spears. But interspersed among them, drawn in the same ancient style but somehow different in execution, were figures that belonged in no Pacific Northwest tribe's iconography. Tall, powerful beings with elongated limbs and shaggy forms, depicted alongside humans in scenes that could only be described as interaction, not combat, not worship, but cooperation. The figures worked together, building structures identical to the stone arches outside, stood in circles around central fires, carried wounded humans to safety. The images told a story spanning thousands of years, showing the tall beings retreating deeper into the wilderness as human settlements expanded, the cooperation turning to avoidance, then finally to conflict as modern figures with guns appeared in the narrative. The final panel showed something that sent a chill through my body. A perfect depiction of my ranger station, surrounded by the tall figures watching. Below it, scratched more recently into the stone, were English words in a handwriting I recognized from the journal. They were here first. They've been watching us learn, watching us grow. They don't want war. They want understanding. I'm going with them to learn. If you're reading this, you've been chosen too. Look behind you. My blood turned to ice. Slowly, fighting every instinct, I turned around. It stood in the cave entrance, blocking the way out. Taller than seemed possible, its broad shoulders nearly touching both walls of the passage. The details were obscured in shadow, but I could make out the outline of a massive humanoid figure covered in dark hair, its arms hanging nearly to its knees, its head crowned with a distinctive sagittal crest. We regarded each other in silence, neither moving. Then, deliberately, it raised one massive hand and knocked 3 times against the cave wall. Without conscious thought, I responded, knocking 3 times on the stone beside me. It took a step toward me, into the edge of my light, revealing features both familiar and alien. A face with deep-set eyes showing an intelligence that struck me as unmistakably self-aware. Not human, but person. It extended its hand, palm up, in a gesture universal across species, an invitation. In that moment, I understood what had happened to Thomas Blackwood, to Rivera, perhaps even to the Thompsons. They hadn't been taken. They had gone willingly. I thought of the half-finished psychological evaluation on my desk, the transfer request that would never be approved, the decades of secrecy maintained by the Forest Service. I thought of the stone arches standing for centuries, the careful campaign of communication directed at those who spent enough time in the wilderness to notice. I had a choice to make. Return to a world that would never believe what I had seen, where I would be dismissed as another ranger broken by isolation, or accept the invitation to understand something ancient and other. I stepped forward and took its hand. Harold Blackwood was waiting for me when I emerged from the forest 3 days later. He sat on the porch of his cabin, a steaming mug of coffee in his weathered hands, as if my arrival was expected. Perhaps it was. "You've seen them," he said. Not a question. I nodded, my voice still raw from disuse. The events in the cave and what followed had left me changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. "Thomas?" Harold's eyes grew distant. "He comes to the edge of the tree line sometimes, watches the cabin, never approaches." A sad smile creased his face. "But he leaves signs to let me know he's well, that he's learning." I settled onto the porch step, accepting the coffee he offered. My hands trembled slightly as I took the mug, my body still readjusting to human proportions and movements after days of observing their vastly different physicality. "They showed me things," I said finally. "Their history, their purpose." Harold nodded. "Thomas left notes. Not much. They don't seem to want their full story known yet, but enough to piece together. They've been here since before the ice retreated. Watched us develop, kept their distance as we spread. They've been guiding us in their way." "The structures," I murmured. "The stone formations throughout the forest. Markers, boundaries. They're trying to establish communication protocols," Harold explained. "They've been watching our development for thousands of years, intervening subtly when necessary. The indigenous peoples understood. They left the tall ones alone, respected the boundaries, sometimes even traded with them. It wasn't until European settlement that relations broke down." I sipped the coffee, savoring the mundane normality of it after what I'd experienced. The knocking, the mimicry, the demonstrations of power. It's all assessment. Testing our reactions, our intelligence, our willingness to understand rather than fear, Harold agreed. They choose carefully who they reveal themselves to. Solitary figures who spend time in their territory, who show respect for the natural world. Rangers, hikers, the occasional research scientist. Why not make full contact? Why maintain the secrecy? Harold's expression darkened. They tried, back in the 50s. A peaceful approach to a logging camp. The company men shot 2 of them before they retreated. After that, the government got involved, classified everything. The Forest Service has been managing the situation ever since, keeping the public unaware while allowing the beings their territory. I thought of the ranger files Davis had mentioned, documentation of encounters spanning decades. They know. The department knows what's out there. Of course they do. Why do you think they place ranger stations at specific intervals around the territory? You're not just managing wilderness. You're diplomatic outposts on the border of another nation. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. But even the department doesn't know the full truth. What Thomas discovered. What they showed you. The images they had shared with me burned in my mind. Flashes of prehistory, glimpses of a civilization that developed parallel to our own, but chose a different path. One of harmony with the natural world, rather than dominion over it. They possessed technology, but not as we understood it. Their knowledge of botanical compounds, of communication across vast distances through methods I could barely comprehend, of manipulation of stone and living wood, all spoke of an intelligence that had pursued different questions than humanity had. "They're worried," I said at last. Climate change, expanding development. They've maintained balance for thousands of years, but we're pushing the system toward collapse. Harold nodded grimly. They want allies among us, people who understand what's at stake. Rivera, the Thompsons, safe, learning. The family was a special case. The daughter had been leaving offerings in the woods, communicating in her own way. They were chosen as potential intermediaries. Relief washed through me. Then uncertainty. What now? I can't go back to my station and file reports about Bigfoot diplomacy. They'll have me committed. Harold reached beside his chair and handed me a thick folder. These are copies of Thomas's research, including contacts within the department who understand the true situation. People who can help you navigate what comes next. I took the folder, feeling its weight, both physical and metaphorical. And what does come next? That depends on you. Harold's eyes held mine. Some, like Thomas, choose to remain with them, learning their ways, becoming intermediaries. Others return to their posts, keeping silent about what they've seen but subtly steering policy to protect the territories. A few try to expose everything and... His voice trailed off. And... They're discredited. Psychiatric evaluations, evidence that mysteriously vanishes, witnesses who recant their statements. The department has decades of experience managing these situations. I thought of my meticulous documentation, the journal I'd kept, the photographs and recordings, all stored in multiple locations, including a secure cloud account that would automatically send everything to major news outlets if I didn't enter a passcode every 72 hours. A dead man's switch, my insurance policy. I'm not sure I can go back to normal life, I admitted. Not after what I've seen. None of us do, Harold said softly. We carry the knowledge with us. It changes how we see everything. The forests, humanity's place in the world, our future on this planet. The sun was setting, painting the forest edge with golden light. Soon, darkness would fall, and with it, the watchers would emerge from the trees. I could feel them already, that familiar prickle of awareness that I was being observed. They'll come tonight, Harold said, following my gaze toward the tree line. They always do when someone new arrives. They're curious about your decision. I haven't made one yet. Harold smiled knowingly. Haven't you? I realized with sudden clarity that I had. The moment I'd taken that massive hand in the cave, I'd chosen my path. Not to abandon humanity, I wasn't ready for that level of commitment, but to become a bridge between worlds, to carry knowledge few humans possessed. I'm going back, I said, back to my station. Someone needs to be there, someone who understands. They'll be watching, Harold warned. The department, I mean. They'll notice the change in you. Let them watch. I felt a new resolve hardening within me. I've learned from the best about maintaining surveillance without being detected. As if in response, 3 distinct knocks sounded from the forest edge. Harold and I both turned toward the sound. There, half hidden among the ancient trees, stood a massive figure. Not the same one I'd encountered in the cave, but similar in stature and bearing. Beside it, barely visible in the gathering darkness, was a smaller form with distinctly human proportions, wearing what appeared to be the tattered remains of a Forest Service uniform. Thomas Blackwood had come to witness my decision. I raised my hand in acknowledgement. After a moment, both figures raised their hands in return, then melted back into the forest shadows. Tell me honestly, I asked Harold as we watched them disappear. Do you regret that Thomas chose to go with them? The old man was silent for a long moment. I miss my son, he finally said, but I respect his choice. He found his purpose. He turned to me. Just as you must find yours. That night, I slept soundly for the first time in months, unburdened by fear of what lurked in the darkness beyond my walls. In the morning, I would begin the journey back to Station 8, carrying with me secrets few humans had ever been privileged to know. The forest has a way of changing a person. I went in as a park ranger, armed with scientific knowledge and bureaucratic authority. I emerged as something else, a guardian of boundaries both seen and unseen, a keeper of ancient truths, a diplomatic representative to a civilization that had watched us from the shadows since before we built our first cities. The knocking continues at my cabin each night, but now I understand it for what it is. Not a threat, but a conversation. A reminder that I am never truly alone in the wilderness. That the watcher in the pines keeps its vigil, as it has for thousands of years, waiting for humanity to evolve enough to accept the truth of our place in the natural world. Sometimes, on the darkest nights, I hear Rivera's voice calling from the forest edge, not in mimicry now, but truly her, inviting me to join their lessons. One day, perhaps, I will accept that invitation fully. Until then, I maintain my post, filing my reports, leading search parties for the lost, and occasionally, when circumstances allow, guiding the worthy to the stone arches that mark the boundary between worlds. If you're hiking in the Olympic National Forest and find yourself inexplicably drawn off trail, if you hear 3 distinct knocks echoing through the trees, or if you glimpse movement too large to be explained by conventional wildlife, know this: you're being evaluated. Respond with respect, not fear. You might be offered a choice few humans ever receive, to learn truths older than civilization itself. But be certain of your decision. The watcher in the pines does not extend its invitation twice. It was the summer of 1995 when the idea of going on a camping trip first emerged during a late-night conversation at Antonio's Pizzeria. Jason, my closest friend since elementary school, had spent weeks complaining about his soul-crushing desk job at an insurance firm. Our friend William wasn't faring much better, stuck in a warehouse moving boxes for minimum wage, while I drifted between temporary positions that offered neither satisfaction nor stability. "I need to get away from this city," Jason said, stabbing at his pizza with unusual aggression. "Just for a few days. Somewhere without fluorescent lights and ringing phones." The sentiment resonated with all of us. We were 26 years old and already felt trapped in lives that seemed to stretch endlessly before us. An unbroken chain of monotonous days. We needed something to disrupt the pattern, to remind us of a time when possibilities still felt unlimited. "We could go camping," William suggested after a long silence. "Nothing fancy, just a weekend in the woods." The idea took hold immediately. After some discussion, we settled on Harold Parker State Forest as our destination. Located just an hour's drive north of Cambridge, it was close enough for convenience but vast enough, over 3,000 acres of dense pine and oak, to provide the genuine wilderness escape we craved. We'd visited once before, years earlier, for a day hike. 3 nights in early October would be perfect, we decided, after the summer crowds had dispersed, but before the New England weather turned too cold and wet. With our meager resources pooled together, we began assembling our gear. My rusted blue hatchback, which had barely passed its last inspection, would serve as our transportation. Jason managed to unearth his father's ancient 2-man tent from his parents' garage. Despite a few patched holes, it remained serviceable, though its limited capacity meant William would need his own shelter. A small 1-person tent he purchased cheaply from an Army-Navy surplus store. We divided the remaining essentials: sleeping bags, a small propane stove, a cooler for food and beer, cooking utensils. William added a fishing rod, while I contributed some waterproof tarps in case of rain. A folded park map completed our preparations, and we considered ourselves ready for what we imagined would be a simple, rejuvenating weekend among the trees. None of us could have anticipated what awaited us in those woods. The drive north on that Friday afternoon remains vivid in my memory, a final moment of uncomplicated joy before everything changed. The October sun hung bright in a cloudless sky as we sped along the highway, windows down despite the autumn chill, music blasting from the car's aging speakers. Jason occupied the passenger seat, tapping his fingers against the dashboard in time with "Born to be Wild," while William lounged in the back, occasionally passing forward beers from the small cooler at his feet. "This is exactly what we needed," William shouted over the music, and Jason and I nodded our agreement. In that moment, we felt unburdened, free from the weight of dead-end jobs and mounting bills. We were escaping, if only temporarily. The forest emerged before us gradually, first as scattered trees flanking the highway, then as dense woodland that seemed to swallow the narrow road leading to the park entrance. By the time we arrived at the gravel parking lot near the front gate, dusk had begun to settle, casting long shadows across the ground. Only one other vehicle, a red pickup truck, occupied the lot. After depositing our entrance fee in the self-service payment box, we consulted our map and selected a campsite near Berry Pond, approximately half a mile from the parking area. We shouldered our packs and set off down the trail, the dying light filtering through the canopy above us. The forest grew eerily quiet as we walked, our footsteps and occasional comments the only sounds disturbing the stillness. I remember noticing how the trees seemed to close in around the narrow path, branches reaching toward one another as if attempting to form a tunnel overhead. The campsite, when we reached it, was a flat clearing surrounded by towering pines. A stone fire ring occupied its center, and beyond the trees, perhaps 50 yards distant, I could make out the gleaming surface of Berry Pond, reflecting the purple-orange hues of the setting sun. "Perfect," Jason declared, dropping his pack to the ground. "Absolutely perfect." We worked efficiently to establish our camp before darkness fell completely. Jason and I erected the two-man tent while William set up his smaller shelter nearby. I gathered fallen branches for firewood as Jason organized our food supplies. William disappeared briefly to explore the immediate surroundings, returning with a detailed report on the path to the pond and the location of the nearest outhouse facility. By the time full darkness enveloped the forest, we had a modest fire burning in the stone ring. We sat around it on a fallen log that William and I had dragged into position, cooking hot dogs on sharpened sticks and heating beans in a dented pot I'd salvaged from my mother's basement. The simple meal tasted inexplicably delicious in the open air. We passed a bottle of whiskey between us, taking measured sips and watching the flames dance. Above us, stars began to appear in unprecedented numbers, far from the light pollution of Cambridge. "You can actually see the Milky Way out here," William observed, leaning back to stare upward. "When was the last time we saw that?" I couldn't remember. The night sky in the city was a flat, dull thing, but here it possessed depth and dimension, a vast expanse that seemed both magnificent and vaguely threatening in its immensity. Our conversation drifted, as it often did, to reminiscences of our shared past and complaints about our present circumstances. The fire crackled, sending occasional sparks spiraling upward toward the stars. Beyond our small circle of light, the forest had transformed into an impenetrable wall of darkness, suggesting rather than revealing its contours. "Did you hear that?" William asked abruptly, interrupting Jason's story about his overbearing supervisor. We fell silent, straining to detect whatever had caught William's attention. For several long seconds, I heard nothing but the gentle popping of the fire. Then, distantly, came a sound that might have been a branch snapping. "Probably just a deer," Jason suggested, "or maybe a raccoon." William nodded, but I noticed how his eyes continued to scan the darkness beyond our campsite. Something in his expression, a tightness around his mouth, a slight furrow between his brows, suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. The moment passed, and our conversation resumed, though with noticeably less enthusiasm. By midnight, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and exhaustion from the drive and setup had caught up with us. We decided to turn in, planning an early start for hiking the following day. As I zipped myself into my sleeping bag beside Jason in our shared tent, I felt an unexpected wave of unease wash over me. Outside, the forest had fallen completely silent. No rustling leaves, no nocturnal animals, no distant owls. Just a perfect, absolute stillness that felt somehow watchful rather than peaceful. I dismissed the feeling as imagination fueled by too many campfire stories from my youth and closed my eyes, allowing exhaustion to pull me under. My last thought before sleep claimed me was a fleeting hope that the weather would remain clear for our planned hike tomorrow. I had no way of knowing that weather would soon become the least of our concerns. Saturday morning arrived bright and crisp, sunlight filtering through the tent fabric to create a warm amber glow. I awoke feeling refreshed, my previous night's unease forgotten. Jason still slumbered beside me, one arm flung dramatically across his face to shield his eyes from the increasingly insistent light. Outside, I found William already awake, hunched over the rekindled fire with a battered coffee pot balanced precariously on the stones. "Morning," he greeted me without looking up. "Sleep well?" "Like a rock," I replied, stretching my arms overhead. "What's on the agenda today?" William gestured toward the map spread on the ground beside him. "There's a trail that loops around the pond and then heads up to an overlook. About 3 miles total. Thought we might try that after breakfast." The proposed hike sounded perfect, challenging enough to feel like an accomplishment, but not so demanding that it would exhaust us completely. Jason emerged from the tent shortly after, hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep. After a simple breakfast of instant oatmeal and more coffee, we packed water bottles and trail mix into day packs and set off. The path around Berry Pond proved narrow and occasionally steep, winding between ancient trees whose gnarled roots formed natural steps on the more challenging inclines. The morning air carried an invigorating chill, and the forest buzzed with activity. Birds flitting from branch to branch, squirrels chattering indignantly at our intrusion, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Yet as we progressed deeper into the woods, I began to notice peculiarities. Twice we passed trees with unusual markings, not the standard trail blazes used by park services, but crude symbols carved directly into the bark. They resembled arrows pointing deeper into the forest, away from the established path. "Probably just some kids messing around," Jason suggested when I pointed them out. William frowned. "Defacing trees in a state park is illegal," he noted, running his fingers over one of the carvings. "And these look fresh." I found myself glancing more frequently into the dense undergrowth that flanked our trail. The pristine beauty that had so captivated me earlier now seemed to conceal something vaguely sinister. I found myself imagining eyes watching from between the trees, tracking our movement through the forest. Ridiculous, of course, just an overactive imagination stimulated by unusual surroundings. The trail gradually steepened as we approached the overlook, requiring more concentration to navigate. We climbed in silence, conserving breath for the exertion. When we finally reached the summit, a rocky outcropping that extended beyond the tree line, the view momentarily banished all unsettling thoughts. The forest stretched before us in a vast carpet of green and gold, autumn beginning to paint the landscape with brilliant hues. In the distance beyond the trees, we could make out small towns, their white church steeples rising like fingers pointing toward the cloudless sky. Directly below us, Berry Pond gleamed in the sunlight, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding woodland. "Worth every step," William declared, settling onto a flat rock and extracting the bag of trail mix from his pack. We lingered at the overlook for nearly an hour, passing the trail mix between us and identifying landmarks visible from our elevated position. The ranger station, the main highway, a distant water tower, each familiar element served as a reassuring reminder that civilization remained within reach, despite the seeming isolation of our present location. When we finally began our descent, I noticed William pausing to study something partially concealed beneath a rock near the trail. "What is it?" I asked, backtracking to his position. He hesitated before answering. "Probably nothing," he said, but he carefully photographed whatever he'd found before continuing down the path. Later, as we approached our campsite, I asked him again. "It looked like a small animal skeleton," he admitted, "but arranged in a pattern, like someone had deliberately positioned the bones in a specific formation." "Kids again?" Jason suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. William shrugged. "Maybe, but it seemed deliberate, ritualistic almost." The observation hung between us, creating an uncomfortable silence that persisted until we reached our camp. The afternoon passed pleasantly enough as we occupied ourselves with various tasks, gathering more firewood, filtering water from the pond, attempting unsuccessfully to catch fish for dinner. Yet William's description of the arranged bones lingered in my thoughts, an unwelcome intrusion that I couldn't entirely dismiss. That evening, as darkness once again claimed the forest, we sat around the fire eating freeze-dried stew heated over the portable stove. Our conversation seemed forced, punctuated by unusually long silences during which we all appeared to be listening for something beyond the normal sounds of the forest night. "Anyone else notice we haven't seen any other campers?" Jason eventually asked. "That truck in the parking lot yesterday. Whoever it belongs to must be camping somewhere nearby, but we haven't run into them." "It's a big forest," I replied. "Over 3,000 acres. Easy enough to miss each other." William nodded his agreement, but added, "Still, most people stick to the established campsites. There are only 5 in this section of the park." We fell silent again, each considering the implications. 5 designated campsites, yet we had encountered no one during our full day of hiking. "Maybe they left early this morning," Jason suggested. "Or they're serious backpackers, camping somewhere off-trail." The explanation seemed reasonable, but it did little to dispel the growing sense of isolation I felt. As if reading my thoughts, William suddenly stood and walked to the edge of our campsite, peering into the darkness. "What's wrong?" I called after him. He returned slowly, his expression troubled. "I thought I saw a light. Just for a second. Through the trees." Jason and I both turned to look in the direction William indicated, but I saw nothing but unbroken darkness. "Probably just moonlight reflecting off the pond," Jason offered. William didn't argue, but I noticed he positioned himself so that he could keep watch in that direction as our evening continued. By the time we retired to our tents, I found myself unusually eager for the security of zipped nylon walls, flimsy as they objectively were. Sleep came less easily that night. I lay awake beside Jason, listening to the sounds of the forest, which now seemed dramatically amplified compared to the previous evening. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves, every distant call of a nightbird seemed to carry significance. A coded message I couldn't decipher but sensed I should understand. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were fragmented and disturbing. Images of trees with watching eyes, paths that circled endlessly back on themselves, and crude symbols carved into flesh rather than bark. I woke several times, heart racing, before finally falling into a deeper sleep sometime after midnight. I had no way of knowing that the true nightmare still awaited us. Sunday unfolded much like the previous day. Clear skies, moderate temperatures, and a morning hike along a different trail, this one leading to a series of small waterfalls that cascaded over moss-covered rocks. The beauty of the scenery helped distract from the lingering unease that had settled over us. And by mid-afternoon, as we returned to our campsite, our spirits had improved considerably. Jason, exhausted from the longer hike, retreated to the tent for a nap, while William and I gathered more firewood and prepared an early dinner. The autumn sun set quickly, painting the sky in dramatic oranges and reds before surrendering to darkness. After eating and sharing stories around the fire, we decided to retire early, all of us feeling the physical toll of 2 days of hiking. "Last night in the woods," William observed as he zipped his tent closed. "Back to reality tomorrow." The thought carried a mixture of regret and relief. Despite the occasional moments of unease, the trip had largely accomplished its purpose, providing a much-needed break from our daily routines and offering a reminder of the world beyond our narrow urban existence. I crawled into the tent beside Jason, who was already snoring softly, and settled into my sleeping bag. Outside, the forest had fallen unnaturally quiet again, but exhaustion quickly overcame any anxiety this might have provoked, and I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke disoriented, unsure what had disturbed me. The air inside the tent felt wrong, unusually cold and damp. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on to discover the tent flap unzipped and gaping open. Jason's sleeping bag lay empty beside me, his boots gone. I checked my watch. 4:37 a.m. My initial assumption was that he had stepped out to relieve himself, but as minutes passed without his return, concern began to build. I sat up, directing my flashlight beam through the open flap into the darkness beyond. Nothing moved in the small circle of illumination it provided. "Jason?" I called softly, not wanting to wake William unnecessarily. No response. I pulled on my boots and jacket, noting that Jason's jacket remained in the tent, wadded in the corner where he had left it before sleeping. The night was cold, mid-40s at best, too cold to be wandering the forest without proper clothing. "Jason?" I called again, louder this time as I stepped outside the tent. The campsite appeared exactly as we had left it hours earlier, embers still glowing faintly in the fire ring, our cooking equipment stacked neatly on the flat stone we'd been using as a table. I swept my flashlight in a slow arc, illuminating the surrounding trees, but saw no sign of Jason. "What's happening?" William's voice startled me as he emerged from his tent, flashlight in hand. "Jason's gone," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "I woke up and he wasn't in the tent." William's expression shifted from confusion to concern. "How long has he been missing?" "I don't know. I just woke up maybe 5 minutes ago and found his sleeping bag empty." We called Jason's name in unison, our voices echoing unnaturally in the quiet forest. No answer came. "He might be sleepwalking," William suggested. "He mentioned doing that as a kid, right?" The possibility hadn't occurred to me, but I recalled Jason sharing stories about childhood sleepwalking episodes, once making it all the way to his backyard before his parents discovered him. "Worth checking," I agreed, feeling marginally reassured by this potential explanation. "Let's widen our search." We moved beyond the immediate campsite, flashlights cutting through the darkness as we called Jason's name. The beam of my light revealed only tree trunks, underbrush, and occasional animal eyes reflecting back at me. Small, frightened creatures disturbed by our presence. After 15 minutes of fruitless searching, we returned to the campsite to formulate a more systematic approach. The forest had begun to take on an oppressive quality, the darkness between the trees seeming denser, more substantial than mere absence of light. My breath formed small clouds in the cold air as William spread the map on the ground, illuminating it with his flashlight. "We should establish a search pattern," he said, his voice remarkably calm despite the circumstances. "Move outward in concentric circles from the camp, but we should stay together. Getting separated now would only complicate things." I nodded my agreement, grateful for his practical approach. We set off again, maintaining careful distance between ourselves and the campsite, calling Jason's name at regular intervals. The ground sloped downward as we progressed, and roots threatened to trip us in the inadequate light of our flashlights. An hour into our search, William suddenly stopped, extending his arm to halt my progress. He directed his flashlight beam toward a bush several yards to our right. Something pale was caught in its branches. My heart constricted as we approached. Snagged on the bush's thorns was a gray knit cap, unmistakably Jason's, the one he'd been wearing throughout our trip. "This doesn't make sense," William murmured, carefully removing the cap from the thorns. We intensified our calling, desperation now evident in our voices. Approximately 50 feet beyond where we'd found the cap, my flashlight revealed a sock lying in the dirt. Further on, we discovered its mate. Then, in relatively quick succession, Jason's jeans crumpled on the ground, his t-shirt draped over a low-hanging branch, and finally his boxer shorts discarded in a small clearing. The items formed a trail, leading us deeper into the forest along a deliberate path. Each discovery intensified my growing dread, a cold weight settling in my stomach as we followed this bizarre breadcrumb trail through the darkness. "Could he be having some kind of psychotic episode?" William whispered as we continued forward. "Maybe something triggered a breakdown." I had no better explanation to offer. Jason had shown no signs of mental distress during our trip. Quite the opposite, in fact. He had seemed more relaxed and content than I'd seen him in months. We continued forward, moving more cautiously now, calling Jason's name with diminishing hope of response. The forest floor had become increasingly uneven, forcing us to watch our footing carefully. When William suddenly gasped and stumbled backward into me, I nearly lost my balance. "What?" I began, but the question died in my throat as I shifted my flashlight beam to follow his. There, illuminated in our combined light, lay a human body on the ground approximately 10 yards ahead of us. It was positioned on its back, limbs splayed unnaturally. Even from this distance, one horrifying detail was immediately apparent. The body had no head. Where the neck ended, there was only a surprisingly neat stump surrounded by a dark stain that had soaked into the earth. The shock paralyzed me. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't process what I was seeing. My brain refused the information my eyes provided, searching desperately for alternative explanations. A mannequin, perhaps, or an elaborate Halloween prop abandoned in the woods. But I knew with devastating certainty that what lay before us was real. The body was Jason's. His build, his pale skin now rendered ghostly white in death, unmarked except for that terrible wound at the neck. Beside me, William made a strangled sound, somewhere between a gasp and a sob. He turned away, bent double, and retched violently into the underbrush. The sudden movement broke my paralysis, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling as my legs threatened to give way beneath me. "It's not him," William gasped when he could speak again, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "It can't be him." But even as he denied the evidence before us, his voice cracked with the knowledge that he was wrong. He began calling Jason's name again, his cries becoming increasingly frantic, reverberating through the silent forest with no response. I remained frozen, unable to look away from the headless body. The cut was impossibly clean, almost surgical in its precision. There were no signs of struggle, no other wounds visible on the corpse. Just that single decisive severance that had separated Jason's head from his body. And the head itself was nowhere to be seen. The next hours exist in my memory as a series of fragmented images rather than a coherent narrative. William, eventually accepting the horrible reality before us, collapsing to his knees in grief. The long, stumbling journey back to our campsite, guided more by blind instinct than any clear sense of direction. The first gray light of dawn breaking through the trees as we reached my car and drove with reckless speed toward the ranger station. The ranger's initial skepticism giving way to grim professionalism as they radioed for police and emergency services. The return to the forest with authorities, leading them along the same terrible path we had traveled hours earlier. Their stunned silence when confronted with Jason's mutilated body, followed by the methodical documentation of the scene. Then came the questions. Endless, repetitive inquiries delivered with increasing suspicion as the hours wore on. Where were we when it happened? What had we heard? Did Jason have enemies who might have known about our trip? We were separated for questioning, me at the campsite and William near the pond. I could see in the officers' expressions that we had become suspects. Their theory, never explicitly stated but clearly implied, was that William and I had quarreled with Jason, killed him in a violent dispute, and then concocted an elaborate story to cover our actions. Our camping equipment was confiscated as evidence: clothing, gear, cooking utensils, even the small pocket knives we had used to prepare food. We didn't object. We had nothing to hide, and our only desire was to distance ourselves from this nightmare as quickly as possible. By mid-afternoon, we were transported to the local police station for formal questioning. The interrogation room matched every cliché from crime shows I had watched. Small, gray, with a metal table bolted to the floor and an obvious one-way mirror on one wall. A detective sat across from me, asking the same questions the uniformed officers had, rephrasing them slightly each time as if hoping to catch me in a contradiction. I told the truth, repeatedly and consistently. I had awakened to find Jason missing, initiated a search with William, discovered the trail of discarded clothing, and ultimately found the body. The detective remained impassive, scribbling notes and occasionally leaning forward to ask if Jason and I had argued during the trip, or if I had harbored any resentment toward him. The implication infuriated me. Jason had been my friend since childhood. The suggestion that I might have decapitated him, and for what reason, some trivial camping dispute, was so absurd it would have been laughable in any other context. After several hours, they released us with instructions not to leave the state. William and I were reunited briefly in the station lobby, both of us shell-shocked and exhausted. We exchanged phone numbers with promises to check in daily, both for support and to share any developments from the investigation. The following weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, forensic reports, and increasing paranoia. The initial autopsy confirmed what seemed obvious. Jason had died from decapitation. The wound was described as consistent with a single, high-velocity cut from a sharp, heavy blade, something like a machete or large hunting knife. No such weapon was found at the scene or in our possession. No fingerprints except our own were discovered on Jason's discarded clothing. And despite extensive searching by police and forestry officials, Jason's head was never recovered. The investigation continued for months, but without new evidence or alternative suspects, it eventually lost momentum. William and I remained under suspicion, though no formal charges were ever filed. The case gradually cooled until it was officially classified as unsolved. William moved across the country 6 months later, unable to bear the weight of lingering suspicion and constant reminders of what we had experienced. We maintained sporadic contact, but our conversations became increasingly strained, each of us serving as an unwelcome reminder to the other of that night in the forest. I remained in Cambridge, but my life disintegrated around me. I lost jobs because I couldn't maintain concentration, relationships because I couldn't explain what haunted me, and eventually my apartment because I couldn't pay rent. I drank heavily, seeking oblivion, but finding only temporary numbness. Sleep became my enemy. On the rare nights when alcohol didn't render me unconscious, nightmares waited, always the same scene playing out with slight variations. Jason walking away from me through the trees, stripping off his clothes piece by piece. Me following, calling his name without response. And when he finally turned to face me, the absence where his head should have been. I'd wake gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced for terrifying moments that I was still in that tent, about to discover Jason missing. The boundary between nightmare and memory blurred until both seemed equally real, equally inescapable. Friends drifted away, unable to penetrate the wall of trauma I had constructed around myself. My girlfriend stayed longer than most, but ultimately left when I couldn't articulate what I was experiencing and refused professional help. I didn't blame her. How could I? I was disintegrating, and she had her own life to consider. Rock bottom arrived 3 years after the incident. I lost another temporary job, stopped leaving my apartment, and eventually stopped eating. My sister, who had been monitoring me from a distance, intervened when I failed to answer her calls for several days. She found me semi-conscious, severely dehydrated, surrounded by empty bottles and unwashed laundry. The psychiatric ward where she took me provided structure, if not healing. Medications dulled the edges of my terror but couldn't eliminate it entirely. Upon release, my sister insisted I enter an intensive cognitive behavioral therapy program, twice-weekly sessions focused on processing traumatic experiences. The therapist suggested writing, not just about the event itself, but about everything surrounding it. The anticipation of the trip, the beauty of the forest, the friendship that had brought us together, and the horror that had torn us apart. By contextualizing the trauma, she explained, I might reduce its power over me. It helped, marginally. The nightmares became less frequent, though no less vivid when they occurred. I found temporary work that eventually became permanent. I established a routine that, while solitary, provided stability. From the outside, I appeared to be recovering. But recovery is relative. I never returned to Harold Parker State Forest, or any forest. The sight of dense trees from a highway is enough to trigger panic attacks that leave me gasping for breath, white-knuckled and dizzy. I avoid camping equipment displays in stores and change the channel when wilderness survival shows appear on television. The question that haunts me most frequently isn't who killed Jason, though that remains painfully unresolved. Rather, I find myself wondering why his clothes were removed and arranged in that deliberate trail. What purpose did this serve? Was it meant to lure us deeper into the forest? If so, why were we left alive when Jason was so brutally murdered? Occasionally, in moments of morbid speculation, I wonder where Jason's head might be. Does it rest at the bottom of Berry Pond, weighted down with stones? Is it buried somewhere in those 3,000 acres of woodland? Or did the killer take it as a trophy, some grotesque memento of a night that destroyed multiple lives? The most terrifying possibility, the one that still jolts me awake on bad nights, is that whoever killed Jason remains in those woods. That the mysterious truck we saw in the parking lot belonged to someone who watches and waits for victims. Not indiscriminately, but selectively, with purpose and planning. Someone who might still be there, walking the same trails we walked, waiting for the next group of friends seeking temporary escape from their ordinary lives. The authorities have long since abandoned the case. Jason's parents have moved away, unable to endure the constant reminders of their loss. William rarely responds to my messages anymore, having built a new life that allows little space for the past. Only I remain tethered to that night, unable to move forward and unwilling to forget. The psychiatrists call it post-traumatic stress disorder, as if naming the condition somehow contains it, defines its boundaries. But some experiences defy categorization, existing in a realm beyond clinical terminology. I am functional now, working a modest job, maintaining a small apartment, occasionally engaging in what passes for a social life. From the outside, I appear healed, or at least significantly improved. But inside, I remain fractured, forever altered by what I witnessed in those woods. The person I was before that weekend, optimistic, ambitious, trusting, never returned from Harold Parker State Forest. Like my friend, that version of myself was lost among the trees, never to be recovered. And just like Jason's killer, the truth about what happened that night remains hidden in the darkness, watching and waiting, always just beyond the reach of understanding. "5 years ago, when I was 28, my girlfriend Julia and I decided to challenge ourselves with the southern portion of Virginia's Appalachian Trail. At that point, we considered ourselves experienced hikers, having conquered several other segments of the famous path during our 3 years together. This particular stretch, approximately 166 miles winding through George Washington and Jefferson National Forests from Roanoke County to Pearisburg and Giles County, represented exactly what we were seeking: isolation, natural beauty, and the satisfaction of accomplishing something few casual hikers attempt. "It's probably the most remote section we'll ever do," Julia said, spreading the topographical maps across our dining room table. Her auburn hair fell across her face as she traced possible routes with her index finger. "That's the appeal, right? Getting away from everything?" I nodded, studying the contour lines that indicated steep climbs and descents. "That's why I love these trips with you, just us and the wilderness." Our apartment in Richmond felt increasingly constraining as autumn approached. Both of us worked demanding jobs, Julia as a hospital administrator and me as an environmental consultant. The stress accumulated gradually, like sediment in a stream, until we could feel it weighing on our relationship. These extended hiking excursions had become our remedy, our way of reconnecting with each other and disconnecting from everything else. "We should plan for 12 days, I suggested, calculating distances between resupply points. "That gives us some buffer if the terrain slows us down." Julia's green eyes sparkled with the excitement that always preceded our adventures. "Perfect. Mid-October would mean fewer people and spectacular foliage. What we didn't discuss, what we never really acknowledged, was the inherent danger of such isolation. We'd encountered our share of challenges on previous hikes: unexpected weather, minor injuries, equipment failures. These problems seemed manageable, even part of the experience. We prepared accordingly, with first aid supplies, emergency communication devices, and appropriate gear. I also carried protection: a 1911 handgun and a Taurus Judge revolver. Julia sometimes teased me about this precaution, calling it my wilderness insurance policy, but never objected. When you're days away from civilization, the thin veneer of societal safety dissolves. Most hikers understand this truth without dwelling on it. The wild can be beautiful and terrifying simultaneously. As October approached, we assembled our gear methodically. Every item underwent scrutiny for weight and necessity. We dehydrated meals, packed layers for fluctuating temperatures, and tested our equipment repeatedly. The night before departure, we sat on our balcony with glasses of wine, watching the city lights flicker below. "What do you think we'll remember most about this trip?" Julia asked, leaning against my shoulder. "Probably something unexpected," I replied. "It's always what you don't plan for that stays with you." I had no idea how prophetic those words would prove to be. We arrived at the Virginia Creeper Trail Junction on October 12th, a Tuesday morning painted with autumn's most vibrant palette. The air carried that distinctive fall crispness, cool enough to energize without chilling. Sunlight filtered through red and gold leaves, creating dancing patterns on the forest floor. Perfect hiking conditions. After a final equipment check and a quick selfie to commemorate the start, we shouldered our packs and began our journey northward. The trail started gently enough, with moderate terrain that allowed us to find our rhythm. Julia walked ahead initially, her teal backpack swaying slightly with each step. "We should document all the different mushrooms we see," she called back, already stopping to photograph a cluster of orange fungi erupting from a fallen oak. Her enthusiasm for botanical details contrasted with my preference for sweeping vistas, a complementary difference that enhanced our travels. That first day passed pleasantly as we covered nearly 12 miles. Our muscles remembered the familiar burn of sustained hiking, and conversation flowed easily between periods of contemplative silence. We encountered only two other hikers, a retired couple from West Virginia who were completing their fourth section of the Appalachian Trail. "Nice stretch ahead," the husband advised as we parted ways. "But watch for the descent into Powell Valley. It gets slick when wet." By late afternoon, we established our first campsite near a small stream that provided both water and the soothing background music of rippling currents. The routine came back naturally, Julia filtering water while I secured the tent, then working together to prepare our campfire. After dinner, rehydrated beef stew that tasted better than it had any right to after a day of hiking, we sat shoulder to shoulder, watching flames dance and collapse into glowing embers. "I already feel different," Julia said, her face illuminated by the firelight. "It's like everything back home exists in another dimension now." I understood exactly what she meant. The demands and deadlines that had seemed so urgent just days ago now felt trivial compared to the immediate concerns of shelter, food, and navigation. This mental shift was precisely why we subjected ourselves to the physical demands of these trips. That night, we slept soundly in our tent, the temperature dropping just enough to make our shared sleeping bag cozy rather than uncomfortable. The forest sounds, distant owls, rustling leaves, occasional cracking branches, formed a familiar lullaby that eased us into deep, restful sleep. The next 3 days followed a similar pattern. We averaged 11 miles daily, adjusting our pace to accommodate more challenging sections. The trail took us across babbling creeks, through dense hardwood forests, and occasionally to overlooks offering breathtaking panoramas of valleys consumed by autumn fire. We spotted deer, wild turkeys, and once, from a respectful distance, a black bear with 2 cubs foraging in a berry thicket. Our bodies adjusted to the routine, muscles adapting to the daily strain. Conversation between Julia and me grew increasingly philosophical as the mental noise of civilization faded. We discussed future plans, childhood memories, and the peculiar psychology of voluntary hardship. These were the conversations I treasured most, unforced, unhurried, and impossible to have amid the distractions of normal life. On our fourth night, camped at the edge of a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, the first hint of unease entered our journey. Nothing dramatic, just an inexplicable feeling that prickled at my subconscious. While gathering firewood, I repeatedly glanced over my shoulder, convinced I'd heard footsteps that didn't align with the natural forest rhythm. "Everything okay?" Julia asked when I returned to camp with arms full of branches. "Yeah," I responded, hesitating. "Just getting used to the deeper silence out here." I didn't mention my unease, attributing it to the increasing remoteness of our location. We were now fully committed to the trail, at least 2 days of hiking in any direction from the nearest access point. The awareness of our isolation lingered at the edges of my thoughts as we prepared for sleep that night. Before entering the tent, I checked that my handguns were easily accessible in my pack, a precaution that suddenly felt less excessive than it had days earlier. By the 5th day, we had settled completely into trail life. Our bodies moved with practiced efficiency, conserving energy on climbs, carefully placing feet on descents. We passed the halfway point of our journey, a milestone we celebrated with the luxury of chocolate bars we'd been saving for the occasion. That afternoon, however, the atmosphere began to shift subtly. The weather remained perfect, clear skies, moderate temperatures, but something else changed. I first noticed it during our midday rest break at a moss-covered rock formation. "Do you feel like we're being observed?" I asked Julia as casually as possible, not wanting to alarm her. She looked up from her trail journal. "What do you mean?" "Probably nothing," I said, scanning the surrounding forest. "Just a weird feeling." But it persisted throughout the afternoon. That crawling sensation between my shoulder blades that signals unseen attention. Several times I stopped abruptly, turning to look behind us, expecting to catch someone or something watching from the trees. Each time revealed nothing but the empty trail and undisturbed forest. "You're jumpy today," Julia commented after my third sudden halt. "Sorry, just thought I heard something." As dusk approached, we located a suitable camping spot roughly 30 yards off the main trail. The area featured a small clearing bordered by thick rhododendron bushes on one side and mature oaks on the other. We prepared camp with practiced efficiency, though I found myself constantly surveying our surroundings. After dinner, sitting beside our small fire, Julia finally addressed my obvious discomfort. "What's been bothering you all day?" she asked directly. "And don't say nothing. I know you better than that." I hesitated, not wanting to infect her with my growing paranoia. I can't shake the feeling that we're not alone out here. "Like wildlife? Bears?" "No," I replied, struggling to articulate the sensation. "Like human presence, watching us." Julia frowned. "Have you seen anyone?" "No tracks, no sounds that couldn't be explained naturally. Just instinct, I guess." She reached for my hand. "Your instincts are usually good? Want to move camp?" I considered this option, but shook my head. Darkness is setting in. Moving now would be more dangerous than staying put. That night I slept fitfully, waking at every sound, real or imagined. Julia's steady breathing beside me provided some comfort, but I couldn't fully surrender to sleep. Each time I drifted off, some noise would jolt me back to alertness. A twig snapping, leaves rustling in patterns that seemed deliberate rather than wind-driven. Dawn brought relief and temporary dismissal of my concerns. In daylight, the forest appeared as it should. Neutral territory, neither friendly nor hostile. We packed quickly and resumed our northward journey, pushing our pace slightly faster than previous days. Throughout that 6th day, the sensation of being monitored intensified rather than diminished. Twice I spotted movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when directly observed. Once, passing through a particularly dense section of trail, I clearly heard footsteps pacing ours from within the tree line, stopping when we stopped, resuming when we continued. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Julia. She nodded, face tightening with the first real concern I'd seen from her. "Could be another hiker taking a parallel route?" "Without calling out or introducing themselves?" I questioned. "That's not typical trail etiquette." We continued walking, now both hyper-aware of our surroundings. The magical quality of the forest had transformed into something more sinister, each shadow potentially concealing a watcher, each sound carrying ambiguous intent. When we stopped at a stream to refill our water bottles, I noticed something that confirmed my suspicions weren't merely imagination. On the muddy bank, partially obscured by fallen leaves, was a clear boot print. The impression was fresh, the edges still sharp rather than eroded by time or elements. Most tellingly, it pointed in the same direction we were traveling. I motioned Julia over silently and indicated the print. "Someone's following us," she whispered, voice tight with controlled fear. I nodded. "And trying to stay hidden while doing so." "Rangers? Maybe checking on hikers?" "Rangers would identify themselves," I replied. "And they'd use the established trail, not parallel it from cover." The remainder of that day took on a surreal quality. We maintained our pace and outward calm, discussing options in hushed tones, while scanning constantly for further evidence. By unspoken agreement, we decided to deviate from our planned route, hoping to determine whether the presence would adjust to follow us. It did. An hour after our deliberate detour, I spotted broken branches and disturbed underbrush about 50 yards off our new heading, signs of someone moving hastily through dense forest to maintain their relative position to us. As daylight began fading, we faced a critical decision about where to camp. Standard wisdom suggested staying on or very near the trail, where other hikers might pass. But with no other hikers in sight for nearly 2 days, and the certainty that someone was deliberately tracking us, conventional safety rules seemed inadequate. "We should find somewhere defensible," I suggested to Julia. "Somewhere they can't approach without us knowing." She agreed immediately. Her earlier skepticism completely evaporated. We eventually located a small depression near a rocky outcropping that would prevent approach from behind. The position offered good visibility in 3 directions and solid rock at our backs. Not ideal for comfort, but significantly better for security. That night, I placed my guns within immediate reach and suggested we take alternating watch shifts. "You really think that's necessary?" Julia asked, though her tone indicated she already knew the answer. "I hope I'm overreacting," I replied honestly. "But yes, I do." I took the first watch while Julia tried to sleep. The forest at night transforms in ways non-hikers can never fully appreciate. Shadows gain substance, movements become meaningful, and the boundary between imagination and reality blurs. I sat with my back against the rock face, eyes constantly scanning the tree line, ears straining to differentiate normal forest sounds from potential threats. Approximately 2 hours into my vigil, shortly after midnight, I detected a pattern change. The typical nocturnal sounds, insects, occasional owl calls, rustling from small mammals, suddenly diminished. This abrupt hush represented the most alarming signal possible. Something larger was moving nearby, something that disturbed the forest's natural rhythm. I placed my hand on Julia's shoulder, applying gentle pressure to wake her without sound. Her eyes opened immediately, reading the tension in my posture. I placed my finger to my lips and pointed toward the northeastern edge of our clearing. For several minutes, we sat motionless, barely breathing, scanning the darkness. The partial moon provided just enough illumination to differentiate shapes, but not details. Then, unmistakably, a shadow separated from the tree line, a human figure moving with deliberate stealth along the perimeter of our camp. Julia's hand found mine and squeezed. I could feel her trembling slightly but admirably controlled. I reached for the judge revolver with my free hand, keeping the movement minimal and slow. The figure stopped at the edge of our visible range, seemingly assessing our position. Their stillness suggested they hadn't noticed we were awake and watching. After what felt like an eternity but was likely only minutes, they retreated back into the forest shadow. Neither of us spoke until dawn began lightening the eastern sky. We remained vigilant through the remainder of the night, weapons ready, every sense heightened to painful acuity. The figure didn't return, but other sounds periodically emerged from the darkness. Purposeful movement through underbrush, what might have been whispered conversation from multiple sources, once even the distinct sound of metal against metal. "We need to get out of here," Julia whispered as the first genuine sunlight reached our position. "Straight back to civilization. Fastest route possible." I agreed without hesitation. We packed quickly, abandoning our planned itinerary entirely. Consulting our maps, I identified the shortest path to the nearest road access point, a 12-mile route requiring a demanding pace through challenging terrain. "If we push hard, we can make it by nightfall," I said, tracing the route with my finger. "No breaks except absolute necessities." "Let's go," Julia replied, already shouldering her pack. As we departed our campsite, I noticed something that hadn't been visible in darkness. A small stone arrangement at the edge of the clearing, 3 rocks stacked in a pyramidal formation. This was no natural occurrence. Someone had deliberately placed them, presumably while we slept before I began my watch. I showed Julia, who stared at the stack with widening eyes. "What does it mean?" she asked. "A marker," I replied grimly. "Either for themselves or others." I kicked the formation apart before we left, though I suspected the gesture was ultimately meaningless. Whoever was tracking us didn't need stone markers to maintain pursuit. We maintained a punishing pace that morning, moving as quickly as safety allowed along the rugged trail. Every few minutes I would stop briefly, listening for sounds of pursuit. Increasingly, I heard them, branches breaking too deliberately to be wildlife, occasional glimpses of movement parallel to our route. "There's more than one," I whispered to Julia during a brief water break. "They're coordinating, moving in tandem with us." Her face had taken on the taut expression of someone holding fear at bay through sheer determination. "Who are they? What do they want?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But they've had multiple opportunities to approach normally and haven't. That suggests their intentions aren't friendly." By midday, the psychological toll of feeling hunted began affecting our decision-making. The most direct route to the road access point would keep us on the established trail, which was predictable and potentially monitored. Alternatively, we could forge our own path through unmarked forest, more physically demanding, but potentially allowing us to break the pursuit pattern. Off-trail, Julia voted immediately when I presented the options. "I'd rather fight through underbrush than keep being stalked like prey." I agreed, and we veered sharply west at the next opportunity, plunging into dense forest where no clear path existed. The going became immediately more difficult. Thick rhododendron thickets tore at our clothing, hidden depressions threatened twisted ankles, and navigation required constant reference to map and compass. For approximately 2 hours, this gambit appeared successful. The sounds of pursuit faded, and we allowed ourselves cautious optimism that we'd broken contact. Then, crushing that hope, we heard a distinct whistle from somewhere to our north, followed by an answering call from the south. "They're flanking us," I realized aloud, working together to maintain visual contact. Julia's face paled. How? How could they possibly know which way we'd go? "They know these woods," I replied, the truth becoming increasingly clear. "This is their territory, not ours." That revelation shifted something fundamental in our understanding of the situation. We weren't experienced hikers facing an unexpected challenge. We were interlopers being herded by people intimately familiar with this landscape. The psychological advantage had never been ours. By late afternoon, Our energy flagging from sustained high-speed travel through difficult terrain, we reached a critical juncture. Our path was blocked by a steep ravine, navigable but time-consuming. Circumventing it would add miles to our journey, likely preventing us from reaching the road before nightfall. "We have to go down and up," Julia declared, peering over the edge. "We can't spend another night out here." I nodded agreement, though the descent looked treacherous, nearly 60 degrees in places, with loose soil and few stable handholds. We began carefully, using tree roots and exposed rock formations for support, testing each foothold before committing weight. Halfway down, disaster struck. Julia's handhold, a seemingly sturdy root, pulled free from the embankment. She slid several feet, desperately grasping at passing vegetation, before coming to a stop against a boulder. The commotion sent a cascade of soil and small rocks tumbling to the ravine floor. "I'm okay," she gasped before I could ask, though her right palm was badly scraped. "Just need a minute." That minute proved costly. From above us came the unmistakable sound of multiple people moving quickly through underbrush, drawn by the noise of Julia's fall. They were closing distance rapidly. "We need to move," I urged, helping Julia to her feet. "Right now." We abandoned caution for speed, half climbing, half sliding the remaining distance to the ravine bottom. Above us, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure in dark clothing briefly visible at the ravine edge before ducking back from view. The ravine bottom offered momentary concealment via large boulders and fallen trees. We used this cover to assess options. The opposite slope appeared marginally less steep than our descent route, but would still require significant effort that would leave us exposed and vulnerable during the climb. "We could follow the ravine instead," Julia suggested, pointing to where the natural channel widened to the east. "They'd anticipate that," I countered, "and it might lead us further from the road." A sudden sound from above resolved our indecision, the distinct click of metal that my mind instantly recognized as weapon-related. Whether hunting rifle or something else, the implication was clear. Our pursuers were armed and close enough to potentially use those weapons. "Up," I whispered urgently. "Now." We began ascending the opposite slope, using every available tree trunk and rock outcropping for leverage. The physical demand was immense, burning muscles already taxed by miles of forced-pace hiking. Halfway up, Julia stumbled, a small cry of pain escaping before she could suppress it. "Ankle," she managed through gritted teeth, twisted, not broken. I glanced back toward the ravine bottom. Movement caught my eye, 2 figures crossing the space we'd vacated moments earlier. They moved with the confidence of trackers who knew they were closing on their quarry. Without hesitation, I positioned myself beside Julia, offering my shoulder for support. "Lean on me. We go together." The remaining ascent became a blur of pain and determination. Julia's breathing came in controlled gasps as she fought through the injury. My own muscles screamed protest at the double burden. When we finally crested the ridge, we collapsed momentarily behind a fallen tree, gasping for breath. "They're still coming," Julia whispered after a moment, nodding toward the slope we'd just conquered. Sounds of pursuit remained evident, though temporarily more distant. "Road should be less than 2 miles northeast," I replied, consulting our map with trembling hands. "Mostly flat terrain, thankfully." Julia tested her injured ankle, wincing. "I can walk, just not quickly." I retrieved the judge from my pack and checked its load. "I'll take point. You follow at whatever pace works. If we get separated, keep heading northeast. Don't stop, don't wait." She nodded grimly, understanding the implication. If confrontation became inevitable, I would handle it while she continued toward safety. As dusk approached, we pushed forward through increasingly dense forest, every step a calculation between speed and stealth. The sounds of pursuit waxed and waned, but never disappeared entirely. Occasionally, we heard those same whistle communications, signals coordinating our hunters' movements. Darkness arrived before we reached the road. With it came the sobering realization that our navigation had been imperfect. The terrain didn't match our map's indications for where we should be. Either we had veered off course during our desperate flight, or the map itself lacked detail for this particular area. "We need to stop and reorient," I finally admitted, after our third encounter with landmarks that shouldn't have been present. "Stopping feels dangerous," Julia replied, leaning against a tree to relieve pressure on her injured ankle. "Getting lost is more dangerous," I countered. "We could end up moving parallel to the road instead of toward it." We found minimal cover behind a rock formation, and I risked using our flashlight under my jacket to study the map more carefully. After several minutes of triangulating visible landmarks against topographical features, I determined our actual position. "We're further south than I thought," I told Julia. "Road access is more like 3 miles now, not 2. Before she could respond, a flicker of light caught my attention through the trees. Not the steady beam of a flashlight, but the wavering illumination of flame. A campfire, perhaps a quarter-mile distant. "Other hikers?" Julia whispered hopefully. I shook my head. "Trail's nowhere near here, and given recent events..." We watched in tense silence as a second light appeared, then a third. The pattern suggested multiple small campfires spread across our eastern approach route, directly between us and the road access we sought. "It's a line," Julia realized aloud. "They're forming a barrier." The implication chilled me more thoroughly than the October night air. Our pursuers weren't merely following. They were actively containing us, establishing a perimeter to prevent our escape. This level of coordination suggested numbers we hadn't anticipated and a determination that defied rational explanation. "We need to find a gap or go around," I said, trying to maintain tactical thinking despite escalating fear. "They can't have continuous coverage." Julia's face, barely visible in the darkness, showed a combination of exhaustion and resolve. "Which direction?" I considered our options, factoring in Julia's injury and our dwindling physical resources. "North. Follow the perimeter until we find a breakthrough point." We moved with agonizing slowness, prioritizing silence over speed. Each step required careful placement to avoid the telltale crack of breaking branches. Every few minutes, we would pause to listen and observe, tracking the pattern of distant fires to gauge the perimeter's extent. After approximately an hour of this careful movement, we spotted a potential opening, a darkened gap nearly 50 yards wide between two of the flambeaux. Either by design or oversight, this section appeared unmanned. "That's our exit," I whispered, indicating the gap. We advanced cautiously, hyper-aware that appearances could be deceiving. The gap might well contain sentries without fires, their absence of light creating the illusion of safe passage. 20 yards from the perceived perimeter line, disaster struck again. Julia's injured ankle gave way completely on uneven ground, sending her sprawling with a stifled cry of pain. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but in the unnatural stillness of the forest night, it carried. Almost immediately, shouts erupted from multiple locations along the fire line. Flashlight beams cut through darkness, sweeping in widening arcs from our left and right. "They heard us," Julia gasped, struggling to rise. I helped her up, supporting her weight. "Change of plan. No more stealth. We run." "I can't run," she replied, gesturing at her ankle. "Then I'll carry you." What followed tested the absolute limits of human endurance. With Julia on my back, arms around my neck, I pushed forward toward the gap in the perimeter. Each step required tremendous effort, muscles burning with oxygen debt, lungs heaving to supply the necessary air. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit grew louder. Crashing undergrowth, shouted commands, beams of light cutting ever closer. As we approached the perceived gap, a figure suddenly materialized from shadow, a man-shaped silhouette blocking our path. Without breaking stride, I shifted direction, veering sharply right to avoid direct confrontation. "There!" a harsh voice called out. "Heading north." The shout confirmed our worst fears. We were surrounded by multiple hostiles actively coordinating to intercept us. Our chance of reaching the road undetected had evaporated entirely. I made a split-second decision, one that contradicted all conventional wilderness wisdom. We would abandon any attempt to reach the road and instead head deeper into the forest interior, away from the established perimeter. If we couldn't break through their line, perhaps we could outlast their search efforts by finding sufficiently remote concealment. Change of direction, I gasped to Julia, turning westward. We're going back in. What? Her voice held understandable confusion. The road is too well guarded, I interrupted. We'll find somewhere to hide instead. For the next hour, we pushed deeper into increasingly primitive forest, moving as quickly as my burdened pace allowed. The sounds of pursuit gradually diminished behind us. Not disappeared, but attenuated by distance and terrain. When we finally reached the base of a steep ridge, I carefully lowered Julia against a tree trunk. We need to rest, I admitted, my entire body trembling with exertion. Just briefly. Julia nodded, her face pale with pain and exhaustion. Who are these people? Why are they doing this? I had no answers that wouldn't terrify her further. Instead, I focused on our immediate survival. There should be a natural cave system in this ridge according to the map. If we can locate an entrance, it might provide defensible shelter. After 10 minutes of necessary recovery, we began searching the ridge base for cave openings. The geological composition, predominantly limestone with significant erosion patterns, suggested numerous possibilities. Eventually, Julia spotted what we needed, a narrow fissure partially concealed by vegetation, just wide enough for human passage. I examined the opening carefully, checking for signs of animal habitation or instability. Finding neither, we squeezed through into absolute darkness. I risked using our flashlight briefly to assess the interior. The space opened into a modest chamber approximately 15 feet in diameter with a ceiling height that allowed us to stand upright. Multiple smaller passages branched from the main chamber, though none appeared to offer better concealment than our current position. This works, I declared, helping Julia to a relatively flat section of floor. We can defend this entrance if necessary. While Julia rested, I created minimal barricades near the entrance, loose stones and branches arranged to create noise if disturbed. I positioned myself where I could monitor the opening while maintaining coverage of Julia's position. Will they find us? She asked after a long silence. Eventually, I answered honestly. But hopefully not before daylight. By then, we'll have recovered enough strength to try again. She nodded, accepting this grim assessment. Thank you for not leaving me behind. That was never an option, I replied, reaching for her hand in the darkness. We settled into uneasy vigilance, taking turns staying alert while the other rested. Hours passed with only distant sounds of search activity, occasional shouts, whistles, once even what sounded like hounds baying far to our south. Around what I estimated to be 3 a.m., the search sounds intensified again, closer, more purposeful. They had adjusted their perimeter, narrowing the search grid to include our general vicinity. They're methodical, I whispered to Julia. Professional, almost. But who? She asked again. Poachers? Drug operations? Maybe, I conceded, though neither explanation fully satisfied. The level of coordination and persistence suggested something more organized, more deeply entrenched in these remote forests. As dawn approached, bringing the faintest lightening of the cave entrance, we heard the sound I'd been dreading. Voices directly outside our hiding place, within yards of the concealed opening. Tracks end here, a gruff voice announced. Check the brush line. Julia's eyes widened in the dim light, her hand finding mine in silent communication. I positioned myself between her and the entrance, the judge revolver ready. Got something, another voice called. Disturbed vegetation. Might be a hole. The sound of boots on stone followed. Someone approaching the very fissure we'd used for entry. I raised the weapon, preparing for the confrontation that now seemed inevitable. A beam of light pierced the opening, sweeping across the cave interior. I pressed myself against the wall, momentarily out of its direct path. The light paused, then began a more systematic examination of the space. Just as the beam would have revealed our position, a distant voice called out urgently, "All units, contact at the eastern ridge. Respond immediately." The light beam wavered, then withdrew. Boots scraped on stone as our searcher apparently abandoned the cave investigation to respond to the new development. "Lucky," Julia breathed after several minutes of renewed silence. "Or someone else they're hunting," I replied grimly. "Either way, this is our chance." We waited 15 tense minutes to ensure the searchers had truly departed before cautiously emerging from our cave shelter. The forest had transformed yet again with approaching dawn. Birds beginning their morning communications, dew glistening on every surface, visibility gradually improving with the lightening sky. Julia tested her ankle and reported improvement, though still far from fully functional. "Which way?" she asked. I oriented myself using the emerging sunlight. "East, directly toward the road. They've apparently shifted focus north, which might give us the opening we need." We moved as quickly as Julia's injury permitted, taking advantage of the transitional lighting conditions, bright enough to navigate efficiently but still dim enough to provide some concealment. The forest showed increasing signs of human activity, trampled vegetation, occasional boot prints, once even a discarded food wrapper that looked disturbingly recent. After approximately an hour of careful progress, the terrain began sloping downward, and I detected the distant rumble of vehicular traffic, the road we'd been seeking for nearly 24 hours. "We're close," I encouraged Julia, who was pushing through obvious pain with remarkable determination. "I hear it," she confirmed, renewed hope energizing her movements. We crested a small rise, and there it was, a 2-lane asphalt road winding through the valley below us, perhaps half a mile distant. The sight nearly overwhelmed me with emotion. After hours of terror and exhaustion, civilization beckoned with its promise of safety and rationality. "We made it," Julia whispered, tears forming in her eyes. "Almost," I cautioned. "We still need to cross that final distance." The intervening terrain offered both advantages and dangers. Primarily open forest with good visibility but minimal cover if we needed concealment. We would be exposed during our final approach. "Direct route?" Julia asked. I considered briefly, then nodded. "Speed over stealth now. If we're spotted, we make a run for it regardless of consequences." We descended the slope with renewed purpose, eyes constantly scanning for threats while maintaining maximum possible pace. 300 yards from the road. 200. 100. With each step, I allowed myself incrementally more hope that we would emerge from this ordeal intact. At approximately 50 yards from the road's shoulder, a vehicle appeared. An older model pickup truck traveling slowly along our approach route. I pulled Julia behind a large tree trunk, watching cautiously to determine if the truck represented threat or opportunity. "Forest Service?" Julia suggested hopefully, noting the vehicle's dull green color. Before I could respond, the truck stopped directly opposite our position. The driver's door opened, and a man emerged, middle-aged, bearded, dressed in camouflage clothing that didn't match any official uniform I recognized. He scanned the forest edge methodically, then reached back into the truck for what appeared to be a radio handset. "They're still maintaining the perimeter," I whispered. Watching the road. Julia's expression hardened with resolve. We didn't come this far to be stopped now. "Agreed," I replied, formulating a plan. "When he looks away, we cross at maximum speed further down. Don't stop for anything until we reach the opposite side." We watched intently, waiting for our moment. The man completed his radio communication, then walked to the truck's rear to retrieve something from the bed. As he became temporarily obscured by his vehicle, I signaled Julia. Now! We burst from cover, running parallel to the road for approximately 30 yards before cutting directly toward the asphalt. The man shouted behind us. He'd spotted our movement, but we maintained our desperate pace, ignoring everything except the road ahead. Tires squealed as the truck accelerated in pursuit. I pushed Julia ahead of me, turning briefly to confirm the threat. The vehicle was gaining rapidly, the driver's face visible through the windshield, contorted with what appeared to be anger rather than surprise. "Keep going," I shouted to Julia. "Cross and don't stop." As we reached the road's edge, the truck closed to within yards of our position. In that moment of maximum vulnerability, fate intervened in the form of another vehicle approaching from the opposite direction, a silver SUV traveling at normal highway speed. I seized the opportunity, pushing into the road directly in front of the oncoming SUV, while waving both arms frantically. The driver hit their brakes, tires skidding on asphalt as they fought to avoid collision. The truck pursuing us immediately slowed, then reversed direction, apparently unwilling to continue the chase with witnesses present. It accelerated away as the SUV came to a complete stop beside us. An elderly couple stared through the windows with expressions of absolute shock. First at our disheveled appearance, then at the retreating truck. "Please," I gasped, supporting Julia, who had collapsed against me. "We need help. People are hunting us in these woods." The elderly couple, Warren and Patricia from North Carolina, proved to be our salvation. They immediately offered assistance, helped us into their vehicle, and transported us to the nearest police station in the town of Cedar Bluff, approximately 20 miles from where they'd found us. The local sheriff's department took our statements with a combination of professional concern and subtle skepticism. We described the pursuit, the coordinated search patterns, the perimeter of fires, and our desperate flight through unfamiliar terrain. Deputies documented Julia's injuries and our general condition, then consulted among themselves while we waited, exhausted beyond measure, in a small interview room. "We've had reports of unusual activity in those areas before," the sheriff finally informed us, returning with coffee and prepackaged sandwiches. "Nothing confirmed, but similar stories from other hikers over the years." "Similar how?" I asked. "People feeling watched. Unexplained camp disturbances. One couple reported items stolen 2 years back." He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully. "But nothing at this scale or intensity." "What about the fires? The coordinated search?" "There were multiple people involved," Julia insisted. The sheriff nodded without committing. "We'll investigate, certainly. Send deputies to the area you've indicated. But those forests cover thousands of acres of extremely remote territory." I understood the subtext. Even with their best efforts, finding evidence of our pursuers would be nearly impossible, especially if, as I suspected, those individuals were intimately familiar with the terrain and accustomed to avoiding official attention. The authorities arranged motel accommodations for us while they processed our report. Julia's ankle received proper medical attention. A moderate sprain requiring several weeks of recovery, but no permanent damage. Our physical wounds would heal relatively quickly. The psychological impact would prove more persistent. In the following days, as we recovered enough strength to return home, we learned fragments of local history that might explain our experience. The region had a complex past. Former mining communities abandoned when operations ceased. Generations of families living off-grid in increasingly isolated enclaves. Territorial disputes between various groups claiming ancestral rights to certain forest sections. "Some of those hollows haven't welcomed outsiders in decades," a gas station attendant remarked when we mentioned our general hiking route. "Folks there keep to themselves and expect others to respect boundaries written on maps or not." Whether our pursuers represented territorial residents, illegal operations requiring privacy, or something else entirely, we would never definitively know. The sheriff's investigation yielded nothing conclusive. A few abandoned campsites, some unusual trail modifications, but nothing directly connecting to our experience. We returned to Richmond fundamentally changed. Our relationship survived but transformed, strengthened in some ways by shared trauma, challenged in others by the lingering effects of sustained fear. Julia continued hiking eventually, though never again in remote areas. I haven't returned to any wilderness trail, my former passion for isolation permanently tainted by memories of those October nights. Sometimes, particularly when autumn leaves begin changing colors, I find myself staring into forest edges with involuntary vigilance, searching for movement that doesn't align with natural patterns. In moments of insufficient sleep or stress, I imagine hearing those coordinating whistles from the darkness beyond our suburban home. The most disturbing aspect remains the purposefulness of our pursuers. They weren't merely territorial residents warning away trespassers. Their methods suggested something more systematic, more practiced. The perimeter of fires, the coordinated search patterns, the radio communications, all indicated a group accustomed to hunting human quarry through difficult terrain. For what purpose, I remain grateful not to know. I tell this story not to discourage wilderness exploration, but to advise caution. Nature itself presents sufficient challenges without adding human malevolence to the equation. Maps define parks and public lands with reassuring clarity, but reality proves messier. Some territories remain effectively claimed despite official designations, and those claims may be enforced by means no regulation anticipates. If you hike the Southern Appalachian Trail, particularly those remote sections through Jefferson National Forest, stay on marked paths. Camp only at designated sites where other hikers might pass. And if you sense that crawling sensation between your shoulder blades that signals unseen observation, trust your instincts. Not all who watch from forest shadows welcome your presence, and some boundaries exist only in the understanding of those who have always lived beyond civilization's comfortable reach. As a veteran outdoor columnist for the Pacific Northwest Explorer, I've documented my fair share of wilderness adventures. But what transpired during my solo expedition to Glacier National Park in Montana during the summer of 2017 was never committed to print. Until now. Some experiences are too personal, too harrowing to share with readers seeking vacation inspiration. I've always been a sucker for the great outdoors. There's something about the crisp mountain air that makes you forget about emails and traffic jams. My trusty RV had carried me through dozens of national parks over the years, but Glacier had always held a special allure with its reputation for pristine wilderness and breathtaking vistas. I arrived at the park on a Tuesday afternoon, eager to set up camp before sunset. The place was breathtaking. Towering peaks capped with snow, pristine lakes reflecting the sky, and dense forests that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. The late spring timing meant fewer tourists, allowing me to secure a prime spot near Lake McDonald, not too close to other campers, but within a reasonable distance in case I needed a cup of sugar or someone to share a campfire story with. As I was leveling my RV and setting up my modest camp kitchen, a fellow camper wandered over. He was a tall, lanky guy with a beard that would make a lumberjack jealous. His skin was leathery from years of sun exposure, but his eyes crinkled warmly at the corners when he smiled. "Hey there, name's Bill," he said, extending a hand weathered by years of outdoor living. "Harvey," I replied, shaking it firmly. "First time up here?" His voice had the slight drawl of someone who'd spent considerable time in the Mountain West. "Nah, I've been coming here for years," he continued before I could answer. "Best fishing spot this side of the Mississippi," he said with a grin that revealed slightly yellowed teeth. We chatted for a bit about the usual: weather, best trails to hike, and the ever-present possibility of bears rummaging through your food stash. Bill seemed to know the park like the back of his hand, pointing out trails that weren't on the standard tourist maps and fishing spots that only the locals know about. "Just remember," Bill said as our conversation wound down, his expression suddenly serious, "the only thing more unpredictable than the wildlife up here is the weather. Keep an eye on the sky." "Will do," I assured him, wondering about the subtle shift in his demeanor. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, I cooked up some dinner. Nothing fancy, just some beans and franks. Gourmet cooking was never my strong suit, but hey, everything tastes better when you're camping. I settled into a folding chair, watching the stars prick through the twilight. It was one of those nights where the sky looked like a spilled jar of glitter. The stillness of the evening was hypnotic. Lake McDonald stretched before me like polished obsidian, reflecting the emerging stars with perfect clarity. The distant peaks were silhouetted against the darkening sky, their snow-capped tops catching the last traces of alpenglow. I was just about to turn in when I heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. Probably a raccoon or some other critter looking for scraps, I thought. But then I heard it again, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the noise. "Who's there?" I called out. Silence. "Great, now I'm talking to squirrels," I muttered. I decided to ignore it and headed inside the RV. Just as I was locking up, I heard footsteps, definitely human footsteps, crunching on the gravel outside. I peered through the window but saw nothing beyond the small circle of light cast by my camp lantern. Maybe it was Bill playing a prank. The footsteps circled my RV once, deliberately slow and measured. I remained perfectly still, watching through the window. On the second pass, they stopped right outside my door. The handle jiggled ever so slightly, as if someone was testing whether I'd locked it. After what seemed like an eternity, the footsteps retreated. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "Very funny," I said aloud, trying to convince myself it was just another camper having a laugh. Make a mental note to get back at Bill with a whoopee cushion under his sleeping bag. As I lay in bed that night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the RV settling, every whisper of wind through the trees outside sounded like footsteps returning. And beneath it all, I could have sworn I heard something scratching at the metal exterior, soft and persistent, like fingernails seeking entrance. Morning broke with the kind of clarity that makes you question whether the previous night's unease was just your imagination working overtime. Golden sunlight streamed through my RV windows, and the cheerful calls of mountain chickadees replaced the unsettling sounds of the night. I stepped outside, stretching my legs and breathing deeply. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and the distant aroma of someone's campfire coffee. I surveyed my surroundings, half expecting to find evidence of my nocturnal visitor, footprints perhaps, or some sign of tampering with my RV. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Well, almost nothing. As I was packing my backpack for a day hike, I noticed something odd. A small carved wooden figure placed on the hood of my RV. It was crudely made, resembling a human but with exaggerated features. A long nose and hollow eyes that seemed to follow me as I moved around it. "Very funny, Bill," I said under my breath. I picked it up and looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. The figure was surprisingly heavy for its size and warm to the touch despite the morning chill. The wood was dark, almost black, and appeared incredibly old. The carving was primitive yet somehow precise, with intricate patterns etched into what would be the figure's skin. Not random markings, but deliberate symbols I didn't recognize. Something about it made my skin crawl, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Against my better judgment, I tossed the figure into my backpack, thinking it might make for a good souvenir, or perhaps evidence if Bill's pranks escalated. I set out on the trail, the morning air cool and invigorating. The path wound through thick forests of pine and aspen, occasionally opening up to stunning vistas of valleys below. About an hour in, I came across a clearing where I saw another hiker, a woman this time, looking somewhat lost. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, and she wore hiking gear that had seen better days. "Hey there, you okay?" I called out. She turned abruptly, her face pale. Did you see anyone else around here?" she asked nervously, her eyes darting past me to scan the trail behind. "Just you and the trees," I replied. "Why?" "I thought I was being followed," she said, glancing over her shoulder. Her knuckles were white where she gripped her trekking pole. "Probably just the wind playing tricks," I offered, though I found myself looking over my own shoulder. She didn't look convinced. "Maybe. I'm Karen, by the way." "Harvey, nice to meet you." We chatted for a bit, and I learned she was a wildlife photographer from Colorado who'd been in the park for 3 days already. Something in her manner suggested she was holding back, not telling me everything. "I've been hearing things at night," she finally admitted. "Not animals. Voices sometimes, and footsteps around my tent." I hesitated, then told her about my own experience the previous night. "I thought I was going crazy," she said with visible relief. "The rangers just said it was probably raccoons or deer." "And what do you think it was?" "I don't know, but this morning I found this outside my tent." She pulled out a wooden figure from her pocket, identical to the one in my backpack. My blood ran cold. "I found one too," I said, retrieving mine to show her. She examined it, her fingers tracing the strange symbols. "These aren't random carvings," she murmured. "They look ritualistic." "You know what they are?" "I studied anthropology before switching to photography. These symbols resemble some Native American protective totems, but these are different. Wrong somehow." I offered to walk with her until our paths diverged. Safety in numbers, right? As we walked, I tried to lighten the mood. "You know, if we get lost out here, at least we'll have a great story to tell, provided we make it back," I joked. She cracked a smile. "Yeah, and if we don't, we'll at least make the evening news. Local campers vanish in the woods, film at 11. I liked her immediately. There's something about shared fear that bonds people quickly. We continued along the trail, comparing notes on our experiences. Karen had been camping near a place called Bowman Lake, on the quieter western side of the park. "The first night was fine," she said. "But then I started noticing things. Small items moved around my campsite. Footprints outside my tent in the morning." "You think someone's stalking you?" She hesitated. "It sounds crazy, but yes. I've been alone in the wilderness dozens of times for my work. I know the difference between animal activity and this." We reached a fork in the trail. Karen was heading toward Avalanche Lake, while I planned to continue on the Hidden Lake Trail. "Be careful out there, Harvey," she said as we parted ways. "And maybe check in with me when you get back, just so I know you made it." We exchanged phone numbers, though we both acknowledged service was spotty at best. I watched her disappear down her chosen path before continuing on mine, the wooden figure now feeling heavier in my pack. The trees grew denser, and the canopy above thickened, allowing only slivers of sunlight to pierce through. I checked my map and compass to make sure I was still on the right path. That's when I heard it. A faint humming sound, almost like a chant. I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the sound. I moved cautiously, the humming growing louder as I approached a hidden clearing. The path I followed wasn't on any map, just a faint game trail winding through increasingly dense underbrush. As I drew closer, a new scent reached me. Wood smoke, yes, but underneath it something metallic and raw. Peering through the bushes, I saw a small group of people dressed in tattered clothes gathered around a fire. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, each holding a wooden figure similar to the one I found. "Well, this just got interesting," I whispered to myself. There were 7 of them, 4 men and 3 women, ranging in age from perhaps 30 to 70. Their clothes were modern enough, though dirty and worn. Each wore necklaces made of small bones and teeth that I desperately hoped weren't human. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, but as I zoomed in, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the circle was a body, motionless and covered in what looked like symbols drawn in red. The same symbols that adorned the wooden figures. "This isn't a knitting club," I whispered to myself. The body wasn't moving, but I couldn't tell if the person was dead or merely unconscious. From my vantage point, I could see it was a man in his 20s, probably a hiker given his attire. His chest was bare, marked with the strange symbols, and his eyes were covered with what appeared to be strips of leather. As I tried to back away slowly, I stepped on a dry branch. The snap echoed like a gunshot in the quiet forest. The chanting stopped abruptly. "Who's there?" a deep voice demanded. I didn't wait to find out what would happen if they caught me. I turned and bolted back the way I came, branches whipping against my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me I could hear footsteps and shouting. "Get him!" someone yelled, a woman's voice, sharp and commanding. My heart pounded in my chest as I weaved through the trees, branches whipping against my face. Years of hiking had given me decent stamina, but fear lent me speed I didn't know I possessed. The path I'd taken to find them wasn't clear in my mind anymore. Panic has a way of scrambling your mental map. "He has one of the markers," a voice called out. "Don't let him escape with it." Markers? Did they mean the wooden figure? I had half a mind to drop it, to throw it away from me and hope they'd go after it instead. But something told me they wouldn't stop with retrieving their marker. I spotted a fallen log ahead and had a split-second decision to make. I leaped over it, hoping they'd trip if they followed too closely. Luck was on my side. I heard a thud and a curse as at least one of them hit the ground. "Should have tied your shoelaces," I thought grimly. I kept running until I burst out onto a familiar trail. Relief washed over me as I recognized the path back to the campsite. But my relief was short-lived. Standing on the trail ahead was Bill. "Bill, we have to get out of here," I shouted, gasping for breath. "There's a group of people back there doing some kind of ritual. I think they killed someone." He looked at me with an odd expression, head tilted slightly as if considering a mildly interesting puzzle. Then a slow grin spread across his face, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Oh, you weren't supposed to see that." My stomach dropped. "What are you talking about?" "You city folks never learn," he said, taking a step toward me. His friendly demeanor from yesterday had vanished, replaced by something predatory. "Some things are better left alone." I took a step back. "Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just going to leave." "I'm afraid I can't let you do that," he replied, pulling out a hunting knife. The blade was rust-colored, and I didn't think it was actual rust staining the metal. "Is that supposed to scare me?" I blurted out, my mouth moving faster than my brain. He chuckled. Always appreciate a bit of humor before the hunt. Behind him, I could hear the others approaching, crashing through the underbrush. I was running out of options. "What did you do to that hiker?" I demanded, trying to buy time while scanning for escape routes. "Hiker?" Bill seemed genuinely confused for a moment. Then his face cleared. "Oh, you mean the offering? He was necessary. The forest demands tribute." "The forest? What are you talking about?" Bill's eyes gleamed with a fervor that was terrifying to behold. "These woods are ancient, Harvey. They were here long before your national parks and tourist trails, and they hunger. We feed them, and in return, they grant us power." "You're insane," I said, though the conviction in his voice sent shivers down my spine. "Insanity is ignoring the truth when it stands before you," Bill replied, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality, almost like he was reciting something memorized. "The figures connect us to the forest. Each one binds a potential offering. We left one for you, and now you're marked." I turned and ran down a side path, adrenaline fueling my legs. Behind me, Bill's footsteps were steady, unhurried. "You're only making this harder on yourself," he called out. "The forest knows your scent now. It will guide us to you, wherever you hide." The side path was overgrown, barely visible. Branches tore at my clothes and skin as I pushed through. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to put distance between myself and Bill. The trees around me seemed to crowd closer, their branches reaching like fingers. The path suddenly opened onto another clearing, smaller than the first. And there, to my horror, were more wooden figures. Hundreds of them, arranged in concentric circles around a large flat stone. The stone was stained dark, and I didn't need to be told what had caused those stains. Each figure was unique, with different facial features and body types. With sickening realization, I understood they were meant to represent specific people. Offerings. I skirted the edge of the clearing, unwilling to walk among those wooden sentinels. As I passed, I could have sworn their hollow eyes followed me, their wooden necks creaking as they turned. "Do you see now?" Bill's voice came from behind me. He stood at the entrance to the clearing, not even breathing hard. "This has been going on for generations. My grandfather taught my father, who taught me. We are the keepers of the old ways." "You're murderers," I spat. He shook his head, genuinely disappointed. "We're caretakers. For every life we take, we save 100. The forest feeds, and in return, it keeps the balance. Without us, without the offerings, it would consume everything." I didn't believe him for a second. This was the justification of a madman, a cult leader who'd convinced his followers that their horrific actions served some greater purpose. I spotted a gap in the trees behind the stone altar, another path leading away from the clearing. If I could reach it before Bill caught up to me. I made a dash for it, hearing Bill curse behind me. The new path was steeper, descending rapidly through the forest. I had to slow down to avoid falling, which gave Bill time to close the distance. "I've been doing this for 30 years, Bill called out, his voice closer now. "No one has ever escaped. Not once." I knew he was probably telling the truth. These people had turned murder into a science, perfected over generations. What chance did I have? Then I spotted Karen up ahead, frantically waving at me. "This way," she shouted, pointing to a narrow gap between two large boulders. I didn't question it. I sprinted toward her and we ducked behind the cluster of boulders, pressing ourselves against the cold stone. "What's going on?" I gasped, trying to catch my breath. "I saw them too," she whispered, her face pale but determined. "They've been tracking campers and hikers, picking us off one by one." "Fantastic. And here I thought mosquitoes were the worst thing out here," I said, my default response to terror being inappropriate humor. She gave a grim smile. "We need to get to the ranger station." "Agreed. Any idea which way that is?" "About 2 miles east, but we'll have to go off trail." I nodded, still trying to process everything that had happened. "That guy Bill, he was talking about the forest being hungry, demanding tributes." Karen grimaced. "I overheard some of them earlier. They believe they're serving some sort of ancient forest entity. That the wooden figures bind potential victims, making them easier to track and hunt." "And you believe that?" I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. She hesitated. "I don't know what to believe anymore. But I found this." She pulled out a small leather-bound notebook from her pocket. "It was near their camp. It looks like a journal or record book." I flipped through it quickly. Pages and pages of names, dates, and locations. Some with check marks beside them, others with crosses. I realized with horror that these were records of their victims, successful offerings, and potential targets. My hands trembled as I recognized recent dates alongside names I'd read in missing persons reports over the years. This wasn't a recent operation. Some entries dated back decades. "We need to get this to the authorities," I said, tucking the notebook into my own pocket. Karen nodded. "That's why I came back. I was halfway to Avalanche Lake when I found their secondary campsite. I knew I had to warn someone." "Well, I'm glad you did. Now let's get the hell out of here before..." "Before what, Harvey?" Bill's voice came from directly above us. He stood on top of the boulder, looking down with that terrible grin. "Before I gut you both like fish." Karen grabbed my arm, pulling me away. We ran, ducking between trees, trying to lose Bill in the dense forest, but he seemed to know exactly where we were going, cutting us off at every turn. "The forest guides me," he called out, his voice eerily close regardless of how far we ran. It shows me where you are, where you will be. You can't escape. Keep moving, Karen hissed. Don't listen to him. We pushed through thick underbrush, thorns scratching our skin, branches tearing at our clothes. The forest seemed to be actively working against us, vines appearing from nowhere to trip our feet, trees shifting to block our path. Do you see? Bill laughed somewhere behind us. The forest protects its own. I was starting to believe him. Nothing about this felt natural. The woods seemed alive in a way that went beyond the normal rustling of leaves and creaking of branches. There was intent here, malevolence. The figures, I gasped as we ran. He said they bind us, make us easier to track. Karen's eyes widened. We need to get rid of them. We both stopped, pulling out the wooden figures from our pockets. Up close, they were even more disturbing. The crude faces seemed to be smiling now, the hollow eyes filled with a dark anticipation. On 3, Karen said. 1, 2, 3. We threw the figures as far as we could in opposite directions. For a moment, nothing happened. Then we heard Bill swear loudly, his voice suddenly more distant. It worked, Karen breathed. Come on. We moved quickly, but cautiously, trying to stay hidden while making our way east toward the ranger station. The forest felt different now. Still ominous, but less actively hostile. The vines no longer reached for our ankles. The branches no longer whipped at our faces. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged near a dirt road. Almost there, Karen said, pointing to a sign for the ranger station just visible in the distance. Suddenly, a truck roared up, cutting us off. It was an old Ford pickup, rust-eaten and battered. 2 men jumped out, both holding rifles. They weren't wearing the tattered clothes of Bill's group, but their eyes held the same fanatical gleam. End of the line, one of them sneered. He was younger than Bill, with a patchy beard and a scar running through one eyebrow. I raised my hands. Look, we don't want any trouble. Funny, neither do we, the other man said, cocking his rifle. The forest should have had you by now. We're just helping it along. Karen glanced at me, her eyes conveying a mix of fear and determination. Got any more of those jokes? She whispered. Why did the chicken cross the road? I muttered. Not helping. Just then, a siren blared in the distance. The men exchanged glances. Rangers! One of them spat. We'll deal with you later, the other added, giving us a long, considering look. They jumped back into the truck and sped off, tires kicking up dust and gravel. Saved by the bell, I sighed, watching the truck disappear around a bend. A park ranger's vehicle pulled up moments later. An older man with a stern face stepped out, his hand resting cautiously on his sidearm. You folks okay? He asked, eyeing our scratched and disheveled appearance. Never better, I replied. Just out for a casual jog being chased by lunatics. He raised an eyebrow. You want to explain that? We quickly recounted the events, the wooden figures, the ritual, the chase through the forest. I left out the part about the forest seeming to help Bill and his followers. Some things are too crazy to sound credible, even when everything else is nuts too. The ranger's expression grew more serious as we spoke. We've had reports of missing campers in the area, he said. Didn't think it was more than people getting lost. Maybe the occasional bear attack. Well, now you know, Karen said, handing him the notebook we'd found. He flipped through it, his face growing pale. Jesus Christ, he muttered. He radioed for backup and instructed us to stay with him. Within half an hour, more rangers arrived along with local law enforcement. They organized a search party and we were escorted back to the main campground. As we passed by Bill's campsite, it was completely cleared out. No tent, no gear, no sign he'd ever been there. Looks like your friend packed up, the ranger noted. Some friend, I muttered. Over the next few hours, we gave detailed statements. The officers were professional but skeptical, especially when I described Bill's ravings about hungry forests and ancient rituals. "Sounds like your standard backwoods cult," one detective said dismissively. "We get them up here sometimes. People living off the grid too long start making up their own religions." But I knew it was more than that. The way the forest had seemed to help them hunt us, the way the wooden figures had allowed them to track us until we threw them away. There was something supernatural at work here. They asked if we could identify the men we saw. "One of them is named Bill," I said. "Tall, beard, looks like he wrestles bears for fun." "Could be anyone up here," the officer replied. Karen and I exchanged glances. They didn't believe us, not fully. They accepted the parts about a murderous group targeting campers, but not the rest. And maybe that was for the best. Some truths are too strange, too terrifying to be acknowledged. As the sun began to set, the authorities advised us to leave the park for our safety. They would continue the search for Bill and his followers, as well as investigate the locations mentioned in the notebook. "Don't have to tell me twice," I said, packing up my RV with record speed. Karen and I exchanged contact information in the parking lot. Her hands were still shaking slightly, and I suspected mine were too. "Maybe next time we'll choose a beach vacation," she suggested with a weak smile. "Sand castles over serial killers any day," I agreed. As I drove out of the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The forest had seemed so vast, so ancient. If it truly was hungry, if it truly demanded tributes, then Bill and his cult were merely symptoms of a much older, darker problem. I spent the next week in a motel in Missoula, too shaken to drive all the way back to Seattle just yet. I did some digging online about Glacier National Park's history, looking for any patterns that might confirm what we'd experienced. Turns out there had been rumors about a group operating in the area, using the park's remoteness to their advantage. They weren't just hunting animals. They were trafficking illegal goods, and apparently they didn't like witnesses. But dig deeper, and a different pattern emerged. Missing persons reports spanning decades. Hikers who vanished without a trace. Bodies found with strange symbols carved into their skin, officially attributed to unidentified cult activity. The leader was a man named William Bill Harkins, a notorious figure with a history of violent crimes. He'd managed to evade capture for years, blending in with the very campers and hikers he preyed upon. According to newspaper archives, his family had lived in the area for generations, serving as hunting guides and park employees. Authorities issued a warrant for his arrest, but as far as I know, he's still out there somewhere, moving from one remote location to another. I guess the mountains aren't as peaceful as I thought. A week after our escape, I received a call from Karen. "They found the clearing," she said without preamble. "The one with all the wooden figures." "And?" I held my breath, waiting. "Gone. All of it. They said it looked like the area had been cleared years ago. No signs of recent activity." "That's impossible. We were both there." "I know." Her voice was tight with tension. "And that's not all. Remember the notebook? The one with all the names?" "Of course." "The pages are blank now. Every single one." I felt a chill run through me. "What are you saying?" "I don't know," she admitted. "But I'm not going camping again. Not ever." I couldn't blame her. I sold my RV the next day, taking a significant loss just to be rid of it. Some memories you don't want to keep around. The authorities eventually closed the case. Without physical evidence, the figures gone, the clearing disappeared, the notebook blank. They had nothing but our testimonies. And who would believe two traumatized hikers talking about sentient forests and magical wooden tokens? I moved back to Seattle and threw myself into my work, writing fluffy travel pieces about safe, populated tourist destinations. Karen and I kept in touch, checking in with each other monthly, then weekly after nightmares started plaguing us both. In my dreams, I'm back in those woods. Only now, I'm not running from Bill and his followers. I'm one of them. I hold a wooden figure in my hand, my fingers tracing the symbols carved into its surface. And somehow, I understand what they mean. I wake up sweating, the symbols still clear in my mind. Sometimes I find myself drawing them absent-mindedly while on phone calls or watching TV. 3 months after our escape, Karen sent me a news clipping. A family of 4 had gone missing in Olympic National Park. The only trace authorities found was their empty campsite and, according to one ranger quoted in the article, strange wooden carvings left behind. Last week, I found something on my doorstep. A small wooden figure, crudely carved with a long nose and hollow eyes. I recognized the craftsmanship immediately. The same elongated limbs, the same hollow eyes, the same symbols etched into its wooden skin. And for a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn it smiled at me. I've moved 3 times since Glacier, changed my phone number, even changed my name. But they always find me. The wooden figures keep appearing, on my doorstep, in my mailbox, once even on the pillow beside me while I slept. The forest is patient. The forest is hungry. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I hear Bill's voice whispering to me, carried on the wind through my closed windows. The forest remembers Harvey, and it's still waiting for its tribute.